And we're back. No, I do not buy your Allah. That's what I got, at least last time. At least that's one of my introductions to Jordan Peterson. So I thought that would be poetic. Thank you guys for joining us as we go back into this. We were trying to do it all in one stream, but 5 hours in, and we're like, okay, this has been a while. So we're going to go ahead and dive on in. We're going to keep going the scores as we were going through. So just like before, I will be joined by Thaddeus, and we have a new guest, David S. Welcome,
How you doing,
gentlemen?
It's a good day.
So you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourselves real quick?
Sure thing. Thaddeus from Reasoned Answers. Had fun on the first half. We came up with a 7-3 score in favor of Peterson on the first half. We, interestingly, in the comments, one of the guys who was in the video commented on it and said, it was interesting seeing your thoughts on my segment. He didn't watch the whole thing. That makes perfect sense. Why would he watch the whole thing? But he was actually one of the 3 that we graded as defeating Peterson. So that was pretty cool to see him comment in there. The first prompt by Peterson we thought was kind of lame. The third one was an okay prompt maybe, but they didn't actually really talk about that one. But the second one was pretty good. And then the fourth one is along the same lines of the second one. And I was very excited to hear what Peterson would say about this one, because this one should be a slam dunk. This one should. I'm not saying that I haven't seen it, so I don't know if he does well, but it should be a slam dunk because atheists do, in fact, accept Christian morality more or less. I mean, there are like some intellectually honest atheists that throw out the whole framework, but they tend to be like academics and not popular, right? The typical atheist you'll meet on the street, or the typical YouTuber atheist, they will just kind of assume that all these normal moral values of society are universal to all humans, and in fact, they come from Christianity.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Excellent. Oh, yeah. David, you want to introduce yourself too?
Sure thing. My name is David S. My channel is Be the Iron, because we should all be the iron that sharpens another. And I've been really interested in seeing how atheists have responded to this originally titled One Christian versus 20 Atheists, which was a horrible title. It's just not a helpful title at all. But then once they correctly changed it to One Jordan Peterson, of which I only know one, versus 20 Atheists, that was much better. I think a lot of atheists have had a very weird hive mind reaction to this video. It really did feel like when you're in a high school classroom and somebody has a poor response, but it makes fun of you. And so all the other students kind of cheer them on and laugh. And so a lot of the comments and statements by atheists in this video, a lot of the atheists in the circle would be like, oh, yeah, you got him. That's so good. And it was just like poor, pathetic, not well done. And especially when I got into the nature of worship, I just thought, some of the atheists that they had on speaking to Jordan Peterson didn't understand his definitions and his framework enough to really critique him. And so it was pretty embarrassing on the atheist part. But I'm interested to see the rest of this and how it goes. Philosophically, it's really interesting, really, really intriguing.
Absolutely. So like we did last time, we'll go through the entire video. We're just examining it honestly, looking at it. We are not, big, huge, sycophants for Jordan Peterson. We're just giving an honest review. And on the other hand, the atheists we don't agree with. We don't necessarily agree with Jordan Peterson on everything either. So we're literally impartial. I know that me here on Your Brother in Christ, that's the YouTube channel that I run, I'm Eric, and I normally focus on Islam, but today this seemed to be a pretty big one to break down. And you know what? Sometimes when we have these sort of discussions, we have these misunderstandings, and it's very critical to establish foundation and what they actually mean. I think that was a shortcoming in our first one last night. Jordan Peterson really didn't define it as well as I would have liked to have in a lot of them. Let's see if he does better in this last little claim that he has there. Now, just let everyone know, we have the upcoming Seek and Share Truth conference coming up in the end of July. If you guys want to sign up for that, it'd be fantastic to see you guys there in person. On top of that, we are doing a fundraiser for it because these things cost a lot of money, and I really want it to be free for people to be able to attend. So if you can help support, please do that. The link to that is on the sign-up page for the tickets, and that is pinned at the top of it. But I will also be asking the live chat as we go, did Jordan Peterson win or lose this discussion? That'll be on each one of them. So the first person that comes up, we'll examine that, and then we'll look at the poll and see what you guys have to say on that topic as well. And we'll keep score like we were doing last time. And of course, with the super chats, we have the prize wheel that can change the entire stream. We'll find out. We'll do things on there too, make it more crazy, but we'll see. You're just getting that out there, seeing if it works. So let's go ahead and dive on into this here. So let me put this poll on up for you guys to vote one way or the other, because I haven't seen this. I haven't seen this at all. I didn't go this far into the original video, so we're going to get some fresh reactions on this one. So yes or no on the question, and let's dive on in. I can't see anything.
Neither can I.
Let me see why I can't see anything. Maybe it started playing something else.
Define
I'm
seeing.
sharing the wrong screen.
Define something. You see, if you don't have a metaphysical foundation for your assumptions about reality, you can't understand what seeing is.
Yeah.
I love
okay.
it.
That's one of the things that's like, okay, don't nitpick too much here. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is just at the end of the last question. So we're going to dive on into, well, the last claim. We're going to go ahead and dive on into this fourth claim here.
My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories. Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's
I'm
your
Ian.
name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like,
Okay.
Wow.
Well, someone has an axe to grind.
Yeah,
Let's
they
just
do.
say that, because holy cow.
Goodness.
He's trying to make the point that all these things were moral in the Bible. Well, okay. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer just in case he has anything else to add, and then we can deal with the shotgun.
Yeah,
is
before
all of
you
that
Go ahead.
before you play that, I do already find it ironic that he said a goddamn baby barbecue.
Exactly.
Well, the prompt is you observe Christian values without actually realizing it.
Yes.
That has to be that's perfect irony. That is perfect irony.
this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
Okay. Good. Stop there
Good.
for a second. Okay. So that seems to be its answer. If that is it, okay, that was actually a really impressive short answer by Jordan Peterson. And that's a mic drop point in my perspective, because it seems I'd like to be able just to get to the quick without too many words on it.
Yeah.
So the Bible. Holy cow. Okay, so he spat out a lot. One, you cannot own people if he's referring to slavery in the Bible. That isn't indentured servitude, not slavery, not chattel slavery, which would be someone owning someone else. And there are a lot of rules that go along with it. The indentured servant has rights, including a term limit.
Mm-hmm.
He is only there for a limited time, and then he's set free and is his own independent person.
Mm.
And these weren't really long term. If memory serves, it was only every 7 years, basically, that you would set all of the slaves free.
Yeah, assuming that they
So-
identify with Israel, if they choose to identify with the people of Israel, then they can have the 7-year jubilee freedom. And so, yeah, that's all they would have to do. Just say, like, I assent to Yahweh as God, and as long as they're part of the Jewish or the Yahweh worshipers, then they would have a 7-year limit, and that'd be pretty sick.
Fix the poll. What did I do with the poll?
Yeah, I was just seeing that. Did Jordan Peterson win or lose this discussion? Yes or no? It's not clear what yes is and what no is.
It's not clear yes or no.
Define yes, and it's literally a Jordan Peterson answer. That's
okay. That comes out of watching way too much Jordan Peterson.
Exactly. I think that's great.
Let me go ahead and end that real quick.
I'm legitimately gonna clip that moment.
Crap on.
I'm gonna clip that moment of Peterson just saying no. I've never heard him give such a no.
Such a straightforward answer.
It's awesome.
Okay, I will fix it to either win or lose.
Yeah.
To be clear.
As you're doing that, I think it is important to notice and focus here that this young Ian character is, obviously trying to hop out with all of your common quotes and common statements, right? Which, number one, it's really important to understand that a bunch of the Torah-based, statements and commands are actually, and I think that I don't buy your poll. I think it's important to understand, and you see this a lot with the literature and academic literature on the history of law-based commands and religious texts. You see this in Inspiring Philosophy's channel. A lot of the Torah is actually more like a type of intelligent legal wisdom literature, where it's like, here's how a wise king would rule, but that also doesn't mean that in every single instance and judgment, this is the only way to rule. These are just some wise guiding principles for it. So I think that's important to understand. And then also in Deuteronomy, we should understand that comparable to all of its contemporary sources at the time in terms of indentured servitude or slave treatment, this is actually pretty robust and pretty impressive, right? God is willing to, I don't know if I'm going to say acquiesce, but at least allow for certain provisions and permissions in the same way that he did for polygamy, right, in the Old Testament. It's more so a requirement of the culture at the time, because if women weren't married, then they had no other real means of income that's in a moral way. And so the allowance for a woman to be married into a marriage where a man's already married was just to make sure she has some way to stay alive, some way to be provided for. And so in like fashion, we don't have some sort of like legal system that had jails per se, but what we did have is we had a way for people to pay off their debts in the ancient world through indentured servitude, in war-based discussions and war as well. There's a way to pay off your debts or the wrong you've committed against a nation by losing a battle. And, we still kind of have this in Guantanamo Bay in America. So I don't think it's fair to say that this is like completely absent from the modern ethic. But finally, just as a quick note, the atheist says all of this as if it's like a known thing to be bad. He says it as if, again, it's just, it's accepted that it's wrong to own people. It's accepted that it's wrong to, kill babies. Well, okay. I don't know how far that atheist would go in terms of his modern political persuasions, but at least right now he's saying it's wrong to kill babies. And then he says that, there's a genocide happening. Well, the only issue, Thaddeus, perhaps you can illuminate people in the audience on this. Why would a genocide be an essentially wrong thing?
Well, I mean, under atheism, I'm going to have to say this again because atheists always mishear me. I'm not saying that atheists would hold this position,
yes,
right? Individual atheists will, in fact, hold Christian values. But under atheism, there's nothing logic to tell you that human beings killing other human beings would be wrong. In fact, you could make an argument that your highest purpose, so to speak, is to propagate your own DNA. So if you're killing people from a different ethnic group, you're in fact eliminating competing DNA that is not as similar to you as people of your own ethnic group. So you could even argue that genocide is morally justified under atheism, survival of the fittest type outlook on things.
Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, it's almost an essential conclusion, since according to ethnography, right, the study of behaviors and how behaviors evolve, so evolutionary ethnography, according to Tim Bergen and a lot of the other ethnographers who study behavior, they say all behaviors and all predispositions and all beliefs arise from evolutionary developments, right? It's not like you choose to do things, so you don't choose to believe things, and you don't choose to have preferences for or against different races and how you treat them. It's all just part of your evolutionary process, right, from your ancestors and onwards. So obviously, if someone seems to be less genetically related to you, then you're going to have a preference against them. Well, some of the easiest ways to tell someone is genetically different from you is by phenotype, external appearance. Well, if someone's skin is a different color, or if they have different bodily, appearances or different clothing, so that's like a type of manifestation of difference, then you have justifiable reason under an atheistic worldview. If somebody was actually consistent, which isn't going to happen, but if they were, then they could say, oh, well, this is justified because I obviously have to care for the people who I'm most closely genetically related to in order to increase their physical and sexual fitness. Atheism has no answer for all of it. Actually,
but we need to stay on topic. But yes, Alzut will be coming up in the next week quite a bit. So that will be something I'll be focusing on later.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
So far, just evaluating right now. Sorry, the atheist here is losing it because he's just vomited up a bunch of talking points and assumed that they're all true, which, again, all of them aren't. In fact, if you look at each of the cases that he's talking about, genocide or some sort of attack going on and wiping them out, just like we had a conversation last time on this, there's a lot more going on, and there was a lot of stuff leading up to that. It wasn't just an isolated, like, all of a sudden, oh, just go. I don't like how these people's eyes look today. Just go wipe them all out. It wasn't something flippant like that. It was something caused by their continued aggression against the Israelites and doing horrendous acts. So let's see how Jordan Peterson deals with this.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think.
Okay. Before we continue, I think that's a pretty good answer.
Yeah,
that's a pretty decent answer.
Yeah, context matters. Like a foundation to interpretation and hermeneutics. Simply put, context actually matters, and things are developing, and God has a developing relationship with humanity. It's actually pretty simple, to be honest.
So we have a quick comment here saying my values would be the same if Christianity existed or not. Applies to all religions. No,
okay, King.
You have studied nothing. You really haven't. Take a moment. Actually, go type in Reliance of the Traveler PDF and start reading. You will find out that all religions aren't the same, that there are vast differences, and the inalienable human rights that you enjoy in the United States, if you live in the United States, is based solely on Christian concepts, Judeo-Christian concepts here that aren't found in other religions and aren't valued. Because the concept of every human being, regardless of what skin color they have, what people group they're involved, all having insane levels of value because they're made in the image of God, is something extremely alien to any structure made by man.
Well, let's just use this example of slavery, right? It was the first thing this guy said, so I assume that it's his best example. I mean, he said them all fast, so maybe we shouldn't order them. But in any case, it is the first that he said. What human society throughout world history, like I assume that you're a modern person and you believe slavery is wrong, but what society throughout human history before Christian societies abolished slavery had a different point of view? That's kind of actually exactly Peterson's point, right? That you think that these are just universal values that all human beings, regardless of culture and point in history, have held, and that's simply not true. Yeah. It was the biblical understanding of inherent human value that abolished slavery, not just once, but twice, actually. No other movement in world history has been successful in abolishing slavery. It was abolished in the Roman Empire under the influence of Christians after Christians became the majority of the empire. And then after science came along and found ways to justify human depravity and greed and say that black people were subhuman, and thus the universal principle of human value didn't apply to them, that it was abolished a second time, again through the movement of Christians. So why do you, assuming you hold this value, why do you think that if you grew up in a different society where slavery was just accepted as completely normal, you would still hold the value that slavery is wrong?
Mm-hmm. It's exactly right. I think that's another issue is a lot of people, when they make this claim that, oh, all religions have the same moral values, all worldviews have the same moral values and same worldview. I'm like, well, no, the reason we have different worldviews is because they're different views of the world, thus the term worldview, right? It's in the name. As a matter of fact, the fact that you claim all worldviews and religions have the same values, while we don't, is evidence that not all people have the same values, because we have different values of truth than you do, right? We actually care enough about different religious systems and worldviews to analyze their foundational assumptions. Buddhism is not an essentially theistic religion. It's an atheistic religion. It has different beliefs about suffering, completely different beliefs about suffering. Hinduism will say that all of reality is Maya, an illusion. And the only way to see reality as it truly is, or to experience it as it truly is to become enlightened, to realize that you're Brahman, right? That you're God. Mormonism has a completely different set of values because it has like an unending regressive pantheon. Each god had a god before them. Islam has a monad who has like pure divine command theory that he just changes on a dime. One moment it's totally awful to worship anything but Allah. The next moment he tells Satan and the angels and the jinns to worship Adam, right? And then it's okay then because he commands it, but then he changes his mind on something essential to his nature. So I think when you say things like that, it kind of shows that you haven't really taken the time to see what those worldviews and religious beliefs are, so as to make such a generalized claim like all religions and all worldviews and all cultures have the same values. That's just not true. That's just not true. So we do recommend you actually do some research on that and then come to the conclusion that Christianity is correct, because it is.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and dive back in, see if there's any better arguments, or is he just going to keep trying to beat the crap out of a dead horse? We'll find out.
I think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking about
how do you deal
God,
with the morality of war?
So
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like.
Thank you, Jordan Peterson, for actually asking questions. That's something he held off on a lot, and it drove me nuts in the last one. So I got to give him that. Thank you for asking clarifying questions in order to have a discussion.
The morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, but sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally
That's
fine.
not what Peterson
that
said
his
at
claim?
all, you dishonest.
What?
That was his claim that God, because of these
Doesn't fit.
aspects in the Bible, then the Christian God doesn't fit in Christian ethics.
That was his own claim.
Yeah, and he just very shady there, like said, okay, fine, you agreed with me. I think it's insane, but let's move on. When Peterson did not agree in any way, he said that you don't understand those passages, right? You're just taking words out of context and you're not looking at what the text is actually telling you. And I don't know if Peterson could do this or not, right? I don't know his level of expertise on the biblical text, but any of us on this panel could easily discuss any of those things that he brought up in detail and why we believe that it's contextualized by the rest of the biblical story to not mean what this guy thinks it means, right? That so there is a lot more at play. Again, we'll just use the slavery example. even the choice of translating it as slavery is already a distortion, right? Because you have an idea of what slavery is in your mind, and what you're thinking about is what you've, not from firsthand experience, but what you've gathered probably from mostly American slavery in the 19th century, and before. And that's what you envision slavery as. But that's not the same system that the Bible is talking about. It's not like I'm not saying it's a terrible choice of translation, right? You got to make a translation choice. But the concept of slavery is different than what you're imagining. So you're already making an invalid assumption, right? If you're envisioning American chattel slavery. And so you're already off basis, but then it's contextualized by what the rest of what the biblical text says, how it talks about treating people in this slavery position, how the laws are set in place not as moral principles, right? The laws of Moses are not set in place as moral principles. They're set as governing principles. They're set as secular laws because it is a nation state that is taking these laws. There are moral precepts behind them, of course, right? And there are things that are moral precepts, but the laws, and we're not just saying this arbitrarily, right? This comes from Jesus himself when he's talking about the laws of God, right? This guy would say from God. He calls them the laws of Moses, and then he says, Moses gave you these laws because of the hardness of your hearts, right? He established these laws because it was the best legal system for what God was working towards, not because they are eternal moral principles. And so all of this goes into play. And then, of course, there's specific teachings in the New Testament against slavery. So all this comes into play in our understanding of what the text means. You can't just take one sentence out of Leviticus or wherever else you're deriving it from and say, this is an eternal moral principle that your God believes in. And if you reject that principle, then you are rejecting God. And you're saying God isn't part of Christianity. I mean, it's nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
Absolutely. Another aspect of that is and this is what really gets me whenever it comes to these vast claims like this. So, for example, the Amalekites, when God orders them to be wiped out, is because of the crimes that they have committed, the evil that they have committed, and they are continuing to commit and not repent from. That being said, if God were not to punish evil, then this same gentleman would complain and say, well, you see, he's an unjust God because he's not wiping out evil. How dare he not intercede and wipe out evil? So you get the sort of darn if you do, darn if you don't sort of concept there. It's like, okay, no matter what, you're going to complain, so I'm just going to do what I need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I even see this in a lot of atheistic philosophical content and comments, right? Like, for instance, from the well-known atheist streamer Destiny. Destiny was making comments maybe 6 months ago, a little bit ago, about how he thinks that just all conservative, right? All these conservatives should be filled with fear if they go out into public, right? And so it was this general attack on the value of conservatives in America and their lives and all that. And it's not just him, though. I see this on a lot of online discussions. It's kind of ironic that a lot of these people will say at one point, and I don't know if this guy is of a similar nature, but not him, but a lot of atheists and people who are against Christianity will say that they find, these people to be stupid and not worth having life and all that. And then at the next moment, comments on these harsh commands in the scripture. So I think that they don't even know about the harshness of their own judgments, while claiming that God has harsh judgments. Well, if God's judgments were as harsh as they could be, then we'd all be wiped out, which I think is significantly more fair because we've all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But finally, though, in response to some of the comments from people on the side chat, chattel slavery is just when you own a slave as property. So here's the issue. This is kind of equivocal.
No, it's not.
This
You
kind
need
of
to learn
what chattel slavery means.
Let's not spend too much time on it.
Sure.
You need to learn your definitions.
Yeah.
Chattel slavery is not what's commanded in the Bible. Indentured servitude is what's in the Bible. Chattel slavery is not something that isn't really something that became popular until much later on. In fact, industrialized by Islam. Another house cleaning topic. I think it was Andrew. Yeah, Andrew Martin. Please be sparing on the timeouts that you're giving out, because I do like having the discussion and they're free to have their opinions. Just if they start spamming, that's another thing.
Sure.
So let's go ahead and dive on into this.
Fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with?
Well,
that
I just think
question?
that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics, that like the Christian
I
God
didn't
isn't
say
like
that.
Christian
That's
I
not
ethical.
what
said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my
Okay,
mouth.
Sure, then let's go through
Thank
the
you.
example. Yeah, so
Okay, real quick, Google it, do some research. It's not how we define it. Go do actual research, because it's not just owning someone. That's too broad. That would just be,
That's just
it would
slavery,
encapsulate a
basically,
lot
yeah.
of things then. Chattel slavery is a very specific type of slavery. So, okay.
and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, "Go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the
Yeah.
children, the infants." What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really
Yes, it is. And you would make the same complaint if God did nothing. You would make the complaint that God didn't do anything and just let his people continue to get slaughtered, continue to get raped, continue to get enslaved by the Amalekites, who are doing it for a long period of time. They have always been a thorn in Israel's side. And God finally says, okay, you're allowed to go wipe them out. Now, pay attention to the other side of this. It's very limiting. It's not go and wipe out everyone with this type of skin color. No. Go and wipe out everyone with red hair. No. It's not broad. It's very specific and it's very limited. And it's also the act of saying, hey, you don't profit off of this. This is not for your profit. This is not for you to get better from. You go and you destroy it completely. You destroy I believe this is also the case where he talks about wiping out the animals as well.
Yeah.
You completely
can't-
wipe it out. You don't take benefits for yourself from this. This is a judgment of God, not of you.
Along with that,
And I
it was 400 years. Like they had 400 years. It's the time of Moses to, right? This is the time of Moses to Saul. So this is like 400 years that they had to repent, right? And to change their ways. So God had given them 400 years and they did not repent. But also, again, just because something is described in hyperbolic terms doesn't always mean that it must be taken in a literal sense. All right. I think it's really important to understand that just because something says like utterly destroy, utterly wipe out, right? In some cases, that might really be the case. And God is, by the way, to be clear, God is just to command judgment on people that he's given 400 years worth of chances to repent and turn back to him. So don't for a second think that, it would be wrong if God did this act not as genocide, but as an act of divine judgment against a wicked people. But secondly, just because it uses hyperbolic language doesn't mean that it has to be taken literally. If my students told me that they had crushed the other team at their basketball game, which they would often say, my students would walk into Bible class and they would say, oh, man, you should have seen us. We crushed the other team. Or at the track meet, they're like, man, we stomped on them, right? Or another time they said, yo, they got nuked. Am I really going to sit there? Am I really going to sit there and be like, I can't believe that you guys could afford a nuke in the first place, and I can't believe you would drop it on the like. No, of course not. What? Right? It's hyperbole. I know my students didn't literally like stomp on all the other students at that track meet. Right? Hyperbole is a common form of expression to signify a truth. So it's not lying because that's not the focus of it. The intent is to portray a meaning, which is that they were destroyed. Right? In this game, we were the conquerors and they were the ones who were lost. And so a lot of times in the scripture, when it's talking about this utter destruction, it's talking about either divine judgment, which is the destruction of the whole people, or divine judgment, which is the act of pushing them out of the land so that you can fulfill the promises that God had made to the Israelites. So I think it's really important. So God speaks hyperbolically. God is able to speak in a way that makes sense to people in the time. Yes, I will say God is able to speak to people in a way that makes sense to them. If you want to understand that, you can also understand that God straight up uses object lessons and metaphors. Read Jeremiah 18, where he says, as the potter is, or as the clay is in the potter's hands, so are you in my hands, O Israel. Yes, God does speak to people in a way that they will understand. So just as much if God would have spoken in that way that could have been hyperbolic, fun fact, Moses and other people, and of course this was Saul at the time, so 400 years later, Saul would have understood it in the way that his cultural context framework would have allowed for the interpretation of hyperbole. So yes, God can speak.
And we know it's that case because later on they come back. And it's not that they go, we wiped them all out. They're all gone. And then it's like later on they're back. It's like, okay, hold on. Someone was incorrect or someone was a little boastful about what they did. Let's be honest here. Someone was a little bit prideful in this.
A little prideful,
no,
yeah.
So it would have been wipe them from the land. Could have been a term for that. Again, your examples there, nuke them.
Yeah.
No, they did not actually nuke them. Okay.
My students
That's
did not
nuke
that
happen.
My students did not nuke a basket. No, that was a football game. My students did not nuke a football team. All right. I can, for anyone who's worried, who seems to take every single statement literally, my students did not nuke another team. They are not criminals. It's okay.
So Maverick being frank, which I think might consider himself a Christian. I'm not certain. His statements don't really seem to be atheistic. But in any case, he said, so how do we know when Jesus said, I am, that wasn't being hyperbolic, to use your own standard? Because of the context?
Again, yes, thank you.
Assuming you're a Christian, I assume that you have plucked out your eye. Because I'm sure you've looked at someone lustfully at some point. And Jesus says, whoever looks at someone lustfully should pluck out their own eye rather than go to hell for looking at someone lustfully. I assume that's something you've done. I assume you probably haven't plucked out your own eyes. So you understand that statement to be hyperbolic. Yeah. So why do you not allow for something else to be hyperbolic?
Yeah. This is what is this? Is this like a type of hasty generalization fallacy? Basically, if it happens once, it must happen all the time. Like, imagine if I said to my students at one point, hi, my name is Mr. S, but you can call me David now that you graduated. And at a different point, I said, because I did 150 debates with my students these last 2 years. What if I said to my students, man, I absolutely pulverized y'all into dust in that debate. So in one of those cases, I said, my name is David. You can call me that because you graduated. So now we're on equal playing field. And on the other one, I said, I absolutely turned you into dust. Now the students, if a student was thinking the same way that a Maverick being frank was thinking, then he'll say, well, in this case, he was being hyperbolic. So when he said his name is David, obviously that means that he's being hyperbolic too, right? No. There's linguistic context that you can kind of pick up. And my reason for bringing up my name as an example is because that's very relevant to this example. Jesus said, I am. He's explaining his name. So you can tell people your name at one point and at a different point in your life, be hyperbolic. And that doesn't mean that the average person with normal linguistic comprehension would confuse the two, right? They would be like, when you're telling me your name, there's no sense in which that is hyperbolic or could be. When you're telling me something that is clearly hyperbolic given the context, then I would take it that way. So I hope that helps a little bit to a Maverick being frank, because I guarantee you your normal language is similar.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's weird.
Question of what is the topic, please, and thank you. Read the description of the live stream. The actual
turn your volume on.
Is exactly it.
Yeah. So I told Ron Johnson. I told Ron Johnson that he needs to engage with what's being said, because he keeps just spamming like fairy tales. God never talked to me. Answer this question for me, Christians. I said, you need to actually engage, right? You need to actually engage with what we're saying in an intelligent manner And his response is, "Tell me what the topic is." So I guess he's not listening. I guess his volume's off, and he's just spamming the chat.
Just
That's too
pay
bad.
attention. Stop just focusing on yourself for 5 seconds and pay attention. Read the top of it. It literally it's the same name as the peg. Yeah.
So
Kept the name
so
the same between the two.
well, just to put a cap on this, a maverick being Frank says, so using war against the Amalekites in the context and saying kill them all is hyperbolic. Why don't you go ahead and read that whole story, right? So what does God command them to do? He commands them to utterly annihilate them, to wipe them out, to destroy them, etc., etc. What does God say at the end of that story? That they did exactly that. He uses the same language. What happens in the next few chapters of the book? Oh, there's Amalekites still there. That's your contextual clue that when God says to utterly annihilate them, to kill every last soul, it's hyperbole.
There
It's
might have been
right
some
in the
hyperbole there.
context.
I think so.
Okay, pulling it back because I guess this guy is just going to go through each of the objections that he would see. And again, this is really this atheist putting himself in the position of judge over God as well, because he's judging based upon what he perceives as good and bad. If this was good or bad. Again, there's nothing wrong with having intelligent comments, but he doesn't have any actual foundation for saying that it's wrong. It's just founded on, again, it would be founded on Christian values that he's getting this morality from.
Really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God
Do you
saying,
think that
go
there's
and
ever
do this
such a thing-
atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right. Fair enough. I
Just
mean,
one.
Perfect. Yeah. Wait a second. Look at this. Okay, this is kind of funny. So he's willing to grant the concept of situational context in war. And by the way, the very fact that he admits that, what are some things that happen in war that we don't intend? What are some things, Eric? What are some things, Thaddeus, that happen in war that we don't intend to, but sadly it happens?
Killing
Casualties of innocent.
Yeah, exactly. Right. There's now we've changed it to be a little bit more desensitized. We call it collateral. But yes, the death of innocents, right, and the death of children. And so the very fact that this person accepts the possibility situationally of a righteous war also accepts the fact that something can be considered a righteous war despite some of the consequences that might come from it. Almost necessarily, because war is quite messy and because no human military has perfect aim, right? And so as a result, he just implicitly accepted situational context in his ethics, but will not allow or give charitably the same to the scripture. How ironic. How ironic, dude. That is wild. That is wild.
That was very funny, right? So he says, do you believe war is ever justified? He says, I don't know. It would depend on the context. It would depend on the situation, which is actually a yes, even though he wants to say no, right?
It literally is. Like, it's bonkers. That is actually bonkers to me. Atheists are so funny. Holy moly.
Well, that's just it, right? Because if it's justified, that is required. The context of it's required. If you've got someone going around, a country going around just absolutely annihilating innocent people for no apparent reason, just taking part of their population into gulags or into camps and just executing them en masse, and you say, no, we need to go stop this. Yes, that's a justified war. In fact, I know that David S., you did not too long ago on John's channel,
That's sure
John Sci-Fi, his channel, about what a justified war is. What is just war?
Yep.
And part of that is to try to, it's not a guarantee, try to reduce innocent casualties. Try to
Yes.
reduce it.
Yeah.
That's part of the goal. You don't just start going out there and do things that are purposeful in order to annihilate people. You try to remove the innocent, but it's always going to happen. You always look at any sort of war throughout history. Innocent people always die as a part of that process. Is horrendous, but sometimes evil has to be stopped.
Yes. Yeah, it does. Like that's it. That's it. Sadly, we're in the kind of world where we just have to like balance, we have to do just war calculations to see, is this worth the possible, and when we say possible, we mean almost certain, by the way, almost certain inclusion of innocent civilian casualties and generalized collateral. So it sucks, okay? But that's also the kind of world we're in. And so if you're saying, oh, the kind of world we're in is imperfect, but we have to kind of work with our imperfections, the imperfections of us and other humans. Fun fact, God is working with the imperfections of humans in the Old Testament and the New Testament, okay? So if you've just admitted the imperfections of humanity and a need to kind of acquiesce to their current state and trying to find the best option, good job. You've just understood the general Christian argument for war in the Old Testament.
Okay, just real quick from the chat here says you can act like you know the books when in fact, I'm assuming that's fact, you can't read Greek. Okay.
No, let's be charitable to them. Let's read the way they wrote it.
Okay, go and read the way they wrote it, and then
yeah,
it's going to look even stupider.
Yeah, well, just because they are commenting on your ability to read, so I just think it's important. So you act like you the book when in fact can't read Greek.
And we were talking about a story from the Old Testament, so I don't know why Greek would even matter to begin with.
Great question. That's a good question.
This story is written in Hebrew, not Greek. Greek was never actually a thing with this one story. It might have been translated into it later, but no, the original language was Hebrew. Again, this just shows how little research you've actually done, how little investigation you've actually done. It's pretty basic, man. Come on. Okay, let's hit this and see if he's got any better arguments, because so far, I don't think this atheist is holding up very well. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, make sure you vote in that discussion. Let me know what you guys think, if this was a win for Peterson or a loss. I'm thinking I've already got my mind made up, but I will give them both the benefit of the doubt, whoever I'm thinking is losing, and we'll go ahead and continue.
The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later,
he said it again.
Commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Yes, genocide can be a type of war. Learn your definitions, bud. They can still fight back. But even that being said, that's not the entire context.
One battle, that's bonkers. One battle.
I love how it's like that's it.
It's an argument from silence, right? It's like, oh, God only ever interacted with these people one time, and that was the whole thing. As a matter of fact, let's see, right? We even know from Numbers 14:18, the Lord is slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love, yet he will by no means clear the guilty, right? So it's very, very clear that God is like, he's not going to clear the guilty if you refuse to repent. And we know that because of the final judgment as well, obviously. I'm going to see the exact passage where it speaks about how long God had waited for these people to actually repent. And you guys can continue talking with them. I just have to find that exact passage to make it easier for people.
Sure. We'll continue to go through this. I mean, seriously, the atheist needs to pull this out and stop focus. Now they keep panning to the audience. Yeah, this is a good argument. Yeah, guys, understand that this is incredibly stupid. It's an incredibly narrow-minded argument. It relies just that you pull things out of context in order to make them fit your desired outcome. That's what this is. This is just dishonest. And he's already granted that there might be aspects that would justify this sort of action. And again, we've already established they're not genocide, because guess what? He just established it wasn't a genocide because he talked about their grandchildren, their descendants. So if this was a genocide at the beginning and he wiped them all out, there would be no grandchildren. A genocide is the complete annihilation of a people group. Complete.
Well, a genocide can be a war, but
Absolutely not.
Yep.
The genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, redress what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great and all, like
I think
the great
it's a
making
definition.
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like
definition.
flawless.
I would say yes. And then his next, well, then what about all these genocides? What about all the, again, you don't know the entire story. I don't know the entire story. I guarantee you, even if we had a huge library full of information on this concept, we would not know everything that happened, where an all-powerful, all-knowing God does.
Yeah.
And in that case, he could make the judgment. And again, this atheist would be the same type of atheist that would stand there and condemn God for not doing anything.
Yes. Yeah. As a matter of fact, if God is perfect, then all that he does is perfect. So then if the person says, well, why didn't he do this? Well, if he's perfect, then what he did was the best and most perfect thing, permissible and allowed, right? So he's actually kind of misunderstanding it. He's saying, if God's perfect, why did he do this? Well, if God is perfect, then what he did was the best thing for that moment, right? So you can't say in one moment he's perfect and then say, then why would he do this? Because then you'd have to say that you're perfect in order to have some sort of standard, ethical standard above God. And also, just so the people in the chat and everybody else watching, so Genesis 15, 13 to 16, this is actually where it speaks about the Amorites, but that's actually the... So that's just a general term, which includes the Canaanite people, including the Amalekites. And so this is actually speaking about God's delayed judgment for centuries until their wickedness reaches the fullness of judgment. So Genesis 15, 13 to 16. Back in Genesis, then the Lord said to Abram, know for certain that your offspring will be sojourners in a land that is not theirs and will be servants there for 400 years. But I will bring judgment on the nation that they serve, and afterward that they shall come out with great possessions. And they shall come back here in the fourth generation, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete. So basically, God is saying, look, the iniquity of the Amorites, it's not yet complete. You know, they haven't done enough sin for me to judge them yet, right? The Amorites, and this would have included the Amalekites as a larger people group. So basically, God is actually willing to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. As a matter of fact, it might be over 400 years because it's 400 years in Egypt and then 4 generations besides that, until the Amorites. So maybe it's a little bit over 400 years. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear that God actually waits for people to really try and repent. He really does. But if you're not willing to stop your sin, even for the sake of your children, then perhaps it's more on you and less on God when a war happens, right?
Well, there's also real quick here, there's a parallel. There's a parallel with 2 other stories. You have the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, where God is talking to Abraham and they go back and forth and he's like, I won't wipe them out if there's even 10 people. I won't wipe them out if there's even this number, and bids him down. And finally he goes in there. He sends angels into the city just to save the ones that are still righteous, to call them out. Mm-hmm. So he still has that mercy, that compassion in that case. And on top of that, we see a case where you have the opposite of the Amalekites, a complete repentance of a people group who were extremely bad. We know historically they're extremely bad because we know what people group they were actually associated with. And that would be the story of Jonah and Nineveh. Nineveh is the Assyrians. The Assyrians were nasty individuals. They did multiple, what we would consider nowadays, and this atheist would classify as war crimes.
Horrible.
Absolutely.
Disgusting.
On a massive scale. But God said, you know what? Go to them. If they don't repent, I'll wipe them out. And Jonah's like, no, I really don't want to go there because I know you're merciful and I know that you'll give them mercy if they just simply repent and stop doing their wicked ways. Stop hurting people. I know that you will just immediately let them be. So, and moral stories, he does it and they all repent and God holds back his judgment and does not pass his judgment on them. And again, the Amalekites here had 400 years opportunity to do that repentance, and they refuse. 400 years, that is longer than the United States has been around. They had that long to repent before God's like, okay, judgment time. This is ending.
And God could have made it known to them. Like, I really do believe God would have made it known to them, be it the way that he makes himself known in creation, as per Romans 1 and 2, for the works of the law written on the hearts of all people, whatever it might be. I know God would have made it known to them in some way that they could have repented and ceased their ways. But after 400 years, I mean, you know, these people aren't even willing to stop and cease their sin, their wickedness, for their children's sake. For their children's sake, right?
Yep. So in the Bible, you have 3 examples there that we just showed. You have the example of a people who refuse to repent and continue in their sin and rebel against God the entire time. And God passes judgment. We have a people group who there were still some good in there, some good people in the people group. God immediately comes down, enters into creation as Yahweh himself enters into creation just to give them the opportunity to get out of there, right? And then the final one is the one that everyone repents. And God says, I will give them mercy. He wants to give the mercy option. That is the one he wants. But he is still a just God who will pass judgment if need be.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
so
so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a
change?
sec.
Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless thing say, "Here's what's good. Here is the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time"?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
that's totally fine, but
No,
presumably
no. You don't get to skate over
because
that,
this is a
which
straw
that's
man.
totally
It's
fine.
a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
In
the
what way?
argument
No,
is
wait,
that God,
wait a second.
It's a straw man. I don't like it, so therefore it's a straw man. Well, if you're saying that, wouldn't he give us these examples, these rules to live by? Oh, well, he did. He gave us these examples. Well, that's just a straw man. That's not really a good argument. Wait, no, you don't just get to say that it's a straw man if I point out something that contradicts what you're claiming.
Yeah. And also, I think this Ian guy keeps on misunderstanding. He assumes that a perfect being would do things the way that he is thinking a perfect being would do things. Now, here's the issue. If Ian was a perfect being, then I would understand why he's saying, well, a perfect being should do this. How do I know? Because I'm a perfect being. But instead, he's saying a perfect being should do this while being an imperfect being. I'm sorry, but I'm going to prefer the judgments and actions of a perfect being, Yahweh, over an imperfect dude named Ian, probably in California, right? Like, I'm not. So the issue is that he's kind of assuming that God is imperfect while saying, why would a perfect being do this, right? But also, in that case, all you're doing is basically collapsing it down to, well, I don't like what God did or how he did it. But saying you don't like the way God did something or how he did it or the fact that he did it doesn't suddenly make God imperfect. All it reveals is you don't like the way God did something or how he did it. But saying you don't like something isn't an argument. It's just a statement about preference, right? It's just saying, I don't like how God did it, therefore God's not perfect. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. That'd be like if I said, you know, if I was a little kid who struggled with math and I said to a math teacher, I don't like how you solved that answer on the board. Therefore, you're not a correct math teacher. And the math teacher's like, but the answer is 4 to 2 plus 2. And the kid's like, yeah, but I don't like that answer. Therefore, you're not a perfect teacher. Or you at least didn't give a perfect answer, right? It's like, well, no, the answer is perfect. The answer to 2 plus 2 is 4. That is a fact. You just don't like it. You just don't accept it. But that doesn't make the math any less perfect of an answer. So, yeah, it just, again, this Ian guy doesn't realize that he's just describing a lack of preference for the choices of God, but that doesn't make God any less perfect. That just means this Ian guy doesn't like God's choices. Again, this whole thing is not an argument. That's the worst part. That is the most infuriating part. There's atheists in the circle being like, yeah, that's good, yeah. And I'm like, he's not making an argument. He's making a statement of preference. That'd be like if I said, as an atheist, what if I said, I don't like that God God allows people to go to hell when they die. Therefore, God's not good. It's like, no, there's no therefore. All you said was, I don't like it. It's preference, not an argument. Make an argument. You have to actually do an internal critique and not do some sort of like, I don't like that.
So real quick here, we have a comment talking about God being, you shall worship no other gods, for the Lord, whose name is, I don't know if that's the correct translation there, jealous.
But it's fine.
Jealous as his name, but there are places in the Bible that do describe, God does describe himself as being jealous. And yes, there's multiple meanings to jealous. There is the one that is possessive or lustful or corrupt. And then there's jealous as I will protect. For example, I am jealous of my marriage with my wife. I will protect my marriage with my wife.
Yeah.
It's not evil. It's not bad. I want to protect it. And I am willing to do what is necessary to preserve my marriage. Yeah. That's not evil. And if it's his rightful place and he's saying, hey, I want my rightful place. I am jealous of that rightful place. I want it. There's nothing wrong for someone to have their rightful place.
Yeah, exactly.
And to want to protect it.
As a matter of fact, go ahead. You got this.
This is another good example of words having semantic ranges, and you can't just pull things out of context and just read a couple words and think that you can derive all your doctrine by what you read into the text, right? You need to read the Bible in context, which means understanding the whole story from Genesis to Revelation to understand what the context is talking about. I know it's shocking. Let me put it this way: would anyone do this with a random novel? Right? Would you open Huckleberry Finn, turn to page 35, and read one sentence and think that you understood what the author was talking about? No, you wouldn't. No. You'd read the whole book, right? Yeah. So why do people come to the Bible and be like, I could just take this one sentence out of context and say Christianity's false?
Yeah, so foolish. Yeah. As a matter of fact, on that semantic range, people should know the difference. Eric was also kind of referencing this, and as Thaddeus was talking about semantic range. There is a big difference in a philosophical sense, at least, from my studies on jealous of versus jealous for. So jealous of is the usual possessive form of it, and obviously the scripture has some negative things to say about that. But jealous for, in the scriptural and philosophical sense, is actually a pretty good thing. Jealous for is more protective and zealous, right? So you have this zeal to protect, and you have a passion for something. So that's like a strong desire. A husband is jealous for his wife's affection. God is jealous for his people's worship. The operative word there is actually for, right? Now, jealous of might imply there's something in you lacking that you see elsewhere, or there's something in you that you think is lacking that you see elsewhere that you just kind of want. It doesn't have to be an actual, it's just a perceived lack. So jealous of versus jealous for. God is jealous for his people. He's not jealous of his people. It's not like he's lacking, right? So just, again, when you're reading those verses, please make sure you're like, anyone in the comments, or just anyone watching, I guess, just make sure you're understanding things have more than one meaning. And the one way you might interpret a word doesn't have to be the only possible meaning, or even the one that makes the most sense in context.
You said find one maxim that's transcendent across
I
situations.
didn't
and
say
I
any
just
of
did.
those words. I'm not sure what
Okay,
conversation you're
rephrase
a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly.
Okay.
Okay. Rephrase your question so that, because I must
Sure.
have missed it. I
So-
tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral,
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
our understanding might, but
Okay, how
presumably
do we
what the perfect being is revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that, though, at the human level?
How do
So,
we distinguish between whether...
between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself?
Between our
we can only,
unders-
yeah, well, we can only
I would
see
have
through our
raised
own
the flag
lens.
too. How funny. I would have also raised the flag from what this Ian guy just said. That is really interesting. I guess very rare moment you're going to hear this from me. These atheists and I are on the same page. Okay, you're not going to hear that often. So you know, you can clip
Yeah,
that.
this
if you need
conversation
to.
isn't going anywhere.
Yeah. So here's the thing about perfect being theology and perfect being understanding. This guy just said that something about God would change in terms of his like essential character. But this is actually not about the essential character of God, but about certain commands and permissions in the Old Testament for humans, right? Number one. So just on the first level of this, number one, this is about the allowances and permissions that God would allow for his people at his time. And so this guy said, well, wouldn't he just give you the whole rundown right then and there? Well, no, because I wouldn't give a 5-year-old calculus. Like, I'm sorry, but a perfect math teacher would actually not give a 5-year-old calculus. What would you give a 5-year-old that you're trying to teach mathematics? Even if you're a perfect math teacher, even if you are the perfect math teacher, would you give a 5-year-old calculus off the bat in one lesson? No. Like, that's insane. I'm sorry, but this is just not logical. The way this Ian guy is arguing is just not logical. Just because something is perfect doesn't mean they would inundate you with the maximum outflow of all possible knowledge about a certain topic. As a matter of fact, I can tell you that if you do that for a student, they will quickly tune out like 90% of what you said, because either it's over their head or it's too much at once. It's just too much. And so number one, right, I think he is assuming that these commands mean there's been an essential change in the character of God, when God can manifest all of his perfect attributes in many different ways, right? It's not a change in God's character. It could be a change in God's expression of judgment based off where these people are at. And number two, yes, a perfect being, as I was saying before, could give commands, piece by piece by piece. A perfect teacher would. As a matter of fact, the New Testament also describes, the law as like a type of, teacher, or this type of, thing that allows us to grow and mature. And so God, if he was a perfect teacher, would actually reach people where they are and give them information bit by bit by bit. And then as the Old Testament into New Testament progresses, as God has sufficiently changed the culture and the moral understanding of his people, revealing more and more of his perfect, unchanging character to them, then they would understand God more and more and more, so that they can accept things that are no longer milk, but instead meat. They can actually grow. As a matter of fact, the New Testament even uses that concept a lot. You've been on milk, you should be at meat at this point, right? So it even uses the concept of people growing and developing in their understanding of God. Same thing with the Old Testament. So no, I reject this notion, and it's philosophically absurd, I think, that a perfect being would just give you all information about every topic the moment that he meets you, because that's not what a perfect teacher would do. That's not even what a perfect parent would do. I'm not I don't have any kids on the spot yet that are running around, but if you did have some kids, when they were like 3, did you just explain to them the entirety of the biblical narrative? Probably not.
Not
Probably
yet.
not.
Getting
You want me
close.
to-
Or right, since this guy is an atheist, did you just explain to your young children the fullness of your knowledge of physics?
Yes, yeah, exactly. You see, according to current expansionist theories about quantum fluctuations in space-time, and your 3-year-old is like, I'm hungry. They're hungry. That's what they're able to take. So exactly right. I think this is philosophically absurd to say a perfect being would do this, because that actually sounds like the thing an imperfect, impersonal being would do. Like an imperfect, impersonal computer, maybe an imperfect, impersonal computer would spit out tons of info at like a 2-year-old, right? But a perfect being that's relational would actually meet you where you are and then slowly teach you and your whole nation more and more about your character, about his character, this perfect being, so that you can slowly understand him better and start to realize this was given to us because of our hardness of heart. But now that we're slowly understanding God more and more, we know that this isn't the ideal. There is a greater ideal, a greater moral standard that is closer to the heart of God. That makes more sense. That's what I would say. So I reject this understanding of perfect being theology that this atheist thinks he has.
Well, let's see if he's got anything else. It sounds like he's getting pretty close to being done. Once the flags start going up, it seems to be a cascade effect. Almost like one person, they're all just waiting for the first person to start.
Presumably a perfect being would be revealing all of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like
that's different claims.
Imagine
different
something
claims.
that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, now wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself?
So
like, for example, are you perfect in attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve.
Okay,
where,
so he could. He could, but why do you assume he should? Right?
Yes.
Well, he did create us in the garden. The only thing is he gave us free will to be able to be in that relationship or not. And we chose to be stupid and to rebel. Therefore, then we need this process in order for sanctification to occur.
What this guy wants, right? What this guy wants, whether he realizes it or not, is he wants God to create biological robots.
Yes.
That always perfectly follow God's will.
Exactly. Which is not desirable, by the way.
Robot.
That is not desirable. Like, that is, and again, as a simple thing that all of you in the comments, anyone watching can remember, if you're trying to critique a perfect being, make sure you actually have like some sort of understanding of what perfection entails essentially, and make sure you have an understanding of the internal beliefs of Christians to make a critique, right? Because you can't, as an imperfect being, saying, well, this is what a perfect being would do, if you don't have some sort of standard. As an atheist, you don't have a standard. In the scripture, we can have an understanding of God's nature, so then we could have something like that. But that's just number one. Number two, again, now he's changing the topic completely and talking about, oh, well, if God's outside of time, then how could he even, give us different commands at different times, right? So I think he sees the flags going up. So he's probably just rapid firing random like atheist Reddit talking points. But okay, again, if you say God is outside of time, you have to kind of qualify that, because there's some people who say that God is, outside of time in the sense that he's like, timeless, right? There's no beginning or endings. But then there's other Christians would say that God is not, burdened by time, right? So he is omnitemporal. He is time full. And so God is, in the past, and he's in the present, and he's in the future. He's in all those places, and he's relationally present with us at all times. So it kind of depends on your specific understanding. This guy's kind of assuming there's only one view of God in time throughout all Christian history, and that's just not the case. And then exactly as you guys were saying, right? God did make us receptive to his commands, as per Adam and Eve, who were receptive to the command, but he also made us free, because freedom is a good that's essential to God, and he made us in his image. Therefore, freedom is a good that is potentially essential to us. I hope that's good enough for any.
I'm actually one that would say that God is outside of linear time, being that he's not like locked out. I'm not Muslim who's saying God is locked out of creation, but saying that he is not limited to our perception of linear time.
And that's good.
Okay. So let's go ahead and dive in, see if he's got. I think you're right. He's just rushing, trying to put out as much as possible before his time is over, because I think this is it for him. This is the only time he gets to come up and talk to Jordan Peterson. And that really puts a lot of, I guess, a different spin on some of these guys, because, man, definitely one of the first guys, that's the best you got. You got an opportunity to talk to Jordan Peterson, have a conversation. That's the best you got. Let's see.
Not maintain free will.
thousands of years in the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible because
Wait
if
a sec. Wait, let's not go to that
because
yet.
you threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
said,
saying
why
that's
wouldn't God?
incoherent.
Well, you know,
It's
1,000
contradictory.
years of deep-thinking philosophers would disagree with you, but
Yeah,
have
and
it your way.
1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God or an all-knowing God that made everything.
Well,
Is this on
have it
topic?
your way.
I don't
Is it even on topic?
No. To answer your question, no, because again, this isn't the actual topic. He has definitely gone off topic. And yes, I watched down there, watch David S. have a little heart attack there when he's like, well, free will. And he's like, yes, like defeats your whole argument right there. You just answered it yourself.
Yes, exactly. And the worst part is he's an atheist, guys. My second book's not out yet, but it deals with this. Like, I'll say it really quick. Atheism, per the understanding of Michael Roost and most naturalist philosophers who are at least honest with themselves, and you see this with Alex O'Connor on YouTube, so check him out on this topic. They recognize in an atheistic naturalistic framework, you don't have free will. So no, there's nothing, that claim actually is really projection by the atheist right here. Free will is not something that works in a naturalistic, mechanical framework like naturalists or atheists have. But if you have a soul that is not bound to material limits and material causality, then you would be able to actually have real reasoning, real rational thought, and real free will choices, which is something absent from the atheist framework. And also, there's way more ways to take omniscience than just, eternal omniscience. You have dynamic omniscience like Idol Killer on YouTube, and you could have, like maybe the open theistic options as well. Whatever. That's nonsense. I'm sorry. That's just that's so trash. That's such a trash take.
I'm just going to say something real quick. I've covered this whole concept of do we have free will with the all-knowing God in a previous video. You guys are more than welcome to go check that out on my channel. Needless to say, it deals with the concept, again, of God being outside of time and not limited by our perception of time. God doesn't fit in our box. Therefore, there are things that happen that we don't necessarily understand.
So I think what happened with this guy is that he has a common conception, right? That the way you win a debate is you get in many points as fast as possible. And thus he just starts throwing a bunch of random things at Peterson that don't have anything to do with the prompt, because these are all the things that he had in his mind that he wanted to potentially talk about before the conversation started, before he knew what the prompt was. And now he's just throwing them all out there as fast as he can to try to get them out there and say, see, I had all these points he couldn't answer, which is not how you actually win a debate, but it is a very common misconception.
No, in my book, that's how you make yourself look like an idiot, because you're throwing out unfounded claims and not giving any time to actually discuss it. You're just vomiting up these claims. I would point you actually to some of the videos I've done with Andrew Wilson, showing how he's done exactly that, where he'll just vomit up claims. And then when he asks for any sort of evidence, I figured it was an easy question. Just, hey, here on this website, I have all the references actually here on the website. You can go check it out here, which would have brought him up to the same place as AP, because AP already had something on him because he had his references available for everyone there. Not so much. You can watch him blow up on that on the short I have on my channel.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
Do you want to
tried
respond
to
to
make
the argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks a power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will.
That's not correct.
That world.
That is just flat out incorrect.
Close.
This is so
Right,
stupid.
to say that God couldn't create a theoretical world means that he's limited in power is not correct, because there are factors which binds what can be created. Like God cannot create a square circle. And to say, oh, he can't create a logical contradiction, therefore he's not all powerful, right? So when you actually understand philosophy and you actually get into this in a very high level, you will understand that philosophers can imagine things and then say, but maybe that's not actually logically possible. Even though I can imagine it, right, where I can't really imagine a square circle, but there are things that I can imagine, but they might not be logically possible given the principles that were above them, right? So like one of the principles being God is all good. Can God create a world in which there's only evil, right? Maybe not, right? Maybe that's not logically possible if he's all good. And he can't create a world without any good, I should say, since evil isn't its own thing, right? He can't create a world that completely lacks good if he's all good, right? That might be a possibility. Or it might not. It's something you could debate. But that's what Peterson's saying. He's saying, I don't know, right? I don't know the bounds of worlds that God could possibly create because I don't know all of the inputs that go into what can be created. Now, I would personally have answered that question with a strong affirmative. Yes, he could have created other possible worlds, but could he have created a better possible world? And that I would say, I don't believe so.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of atheists and perhaps even Christians make this mistake by saying, well, God would only ever make the quote unquote best possible world. But I think there's this weird notion that there's only like one, good outcome. There's only one good possibility. Like only this world could have been good. I'm like, no, God has freedom. So maybe there were equally good options of worlds to make. Like maybe there were just equally great options of worlds to make. And God said, out of all of the trillions of great options, I'm going to choose to make this kind, right? And that's okay. I think people assume, oh, well, a perfect being would only make one option because there's only one, perfect or at least maximally great choice. I'm like, no, you could have like many maximally great options in different ways. And so I think that's very silly. And then also omnipotence means being able to do all things, right? All like logically coherent things. Well, things that are illogical, as in go against the laws of logic, just so everybody in the comments who are saying things about like, oh, God's bound by logic. Well, logic, the laws of logic are just laws of the nature of being. It's not that the laws of logic were created. They're the expressions of how things exist, right? And so since God makes things and God has the ability to do all things, well, illogical contradictions are not things. So they're not a thing for God to make. A square circle, a married bachelor, et cetera, et cetera. So since those are not things, because again, the laws of logic deal with the way things can exist, those things cannot exist. Therefore, God could not make them, right? Because they're illogical. God does not make nonsense. And there's a lot of other issues he said, but it's just too much to address right now. It's just too much.
I think for me, this all comes back to him having the, fantasy, I'd almost say, of being able to judge God and to determine what God should have done, and he should have built a world that he would have approved of. God is not a slave.
With his very finite, imperfect knowledge, he thinks that he knows that a better world could be created.
Yeah,
but that wasn't even the prompt,
right?
Perfect. That has nothing to do with the prompt, right?
At all.
Yeah, not hardly any of this conversation has had anything to do with the prompt at all.
Insane.
He has completely wasted Jordan's time. It's wasted our time. It's all been garbage.
Making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with his infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
It just means that the free will defense fails.
I don't think
all this,
does.
Under
like
your
I said,
view,
if you want to have it fail, no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue.
Do you acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
you'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that someone
So-
like me can understand it.
Yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world,
doesn't mean determined.
it's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make it determined.
Causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
You've been voted.
Okay. So again, Jordan, you're so close to actually pulling them back on topic. Please get them back on topic when you can, because it's like, I don't know how that's relevant to topic. And then you let the guy continue going off in this rabbit trail. It's like, no, pull him back to the topic.
Yeah, so this
what
is
we're
a
supposed to be
skill,
talking about.
right? Peterson probably hasn't done a number of these things where he's talking to just ordinary people who like don't understand rules of debate and so on and so forth. I have, right? I have lots of experience doing this and talking to Muslims mostly, but occasionally atheists and others. And so Peterson, I think, needs to learn the skill of pulling people back on topic. But I will say that, even though he allows people to go on other topics, he does generally, and in this case, answer their questions, right? He does answer their accusations, or however you want to say it. Like I think he gave a perfectly valid answer when he said he doesn't know if God could create other worlds, and which is actually a defeater of the guy's argument, right? So the guy's argument is that it's implicitly necessary that God could have created a better world, basically. And Peterson says, I don't know. Not as strong as answer as he possibly could give, but it is sufficient to defeat the guy's point.
I fully agree. I really do. I think this notion of what God could not have done outside of things that are like literally logically impossible, because that's not a limit on God. That's an expression of God's nature. The laws of logic are expressions of the nature of being. God is being, therefore, those are just expressions of how he does things. But outside of that, I just think it's silly to change the prompt to something completely unrelated, because clearly this guy has just been starving for conversation with a Christian philosopher, and instead he got Jordan Peterson, which is not the same thing. Not the same thing, right? And so perhaps I do feel bad for this guy, because clearly he wants to talk to somebody, but he just hasn't really had a chance to do that. So maybe that's something. But just as a final note, I think he's so confused about the actual consistent historic claims about Christians and omnipotence and omniscience, that he thinks the only understanding of God is something akin, and I don't mean any slight by this, okay, to anyone watching, but to a more deterministic version of God, right? So there's Christians who have a more deterministic view of God, and this would be a good critique of them if they believe that all is determined. But outside of that, there's a ton of Christians throughout church history and Christian history and even Jewish history that would say that no, not everything is determined. God has some events determined. Even open theists would say that. They'd say that God has determined some events, perhaps even most events, but then God has also determined some events to be undetermined, right? And based on human free will, as per Jeremiah 18, Jeremiah 19. If a nation repents, then I will relent of the judgment which I had promised unto them. And then in that same chapter, Jeremiah 18, God says, and if I promise blessing unto a nation and they act wickedly in my sight, then I relent of the blessings I promised unto that nation. Notice this is conditional. It literally means God desires to see the response of a nation so as to allow certain outcomes to come about. And so, even open theists could offer some things are determined and other things are not. Calvinists and determinists would say all things are determined, but there's more options than just determinism. And I think that's very silly to say, because determinism is wrong, therefore all of Christianity is wrong. I'm like, well, no, because not all of Christianity is deterministic.
Absolutely. So in conclusion with this gentleman here, that leads us to the question in the poll that we have. Let me go ahead and take down my screen real quick. Let's review. Okay, before I read off what everyone in the chat believes happened, let me ask you guys, did he defeat Jordan Peterson, or did Jordan Peterson win? Did he win or lose on this one?
I'll go ahead and go first here. So I think that the atheist started off with a question that was relevant to the prompt. It wasn't an answer to it, but it was a question relevant to the prompt. And then when Peterson had an answer that the atheist couldn't really do anything with, he just started to throw out other random stuff. And by that nature, I would have to say that Peterson won because the atheist was not able to address his original claim, which is that atheists follow the values of Christianity without actually accepting Christianity.
True. I'd have to say pretty similar. I thought this was going to be a discussion on the nature of like morality and moral foundations. But instead, this guy actually decided to, ironically, and I didn't get a chance to comment on this, he started to take away from like Christian philosophical foundations without knowing it. Because this atheist didn't realize that he was actually appealing to the ways that Christians themselves have thought about philosophically for the past like couple thousand years, and was using those same philosophical assumptions in Christianity against Jordan Peterson, which is funny because then it shows that it's not just morality that atheists take, but it's actually even philosophical assumptions and axioms, which is really funny. But yeah, he didn't even stay on topic, so it was a very poor move, very poor work. And he also made the huge assumption of thinking because some Christians have a deterministic model of God, therefore all Christian models of God are deterministic, therefore all of Christianity is false. And that's just not how you work. Again, hasty generalization, very silly. Jordan Peterson won. Just by saying, I don't know, actually. That's the funny part. He won just by admitting he doesn't know.
Yeah.
His humility was the winning factor.
Yeah.
And also ironic because,
Oh,
I mean, honest atheism basically demands determinism, right? There's no aspect that is outside of determinism. So him arguing against determinism also defeats his own position additionally.
Right? Isn't that weird? That's so strange. I don't get that.
It's funny how they do that. So I guess in my conclusion, I would agree that Jordan Peterson definitely won this. He kept going. I would have liked to have seen him pull back, but you're right. That is a skill that is developed. And I don't think Jordan Peterson has a skill. But even then, the atheist who came up obviously had an axe to grind, who immediately just wanted to try to disprove Christianity as much as possible without actually addressing the topic. So I would say, and again, he used incredibly stupid arguments that have already been addressed over and over and over again in their previous one. So I give this one to Jordan as well. So that would be 8-3. I think it is the score. So as far as the chat goes, 63 of you guys say that Jordan did win this. 37 say he did lose. I wonder about the mental capacity of those who said he did lose this because holy cow, that was bad. I couldn't imagine.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as some of the others. I mean, to be fair, this guy did moderately okay in comparison to some of them.
Yes. If we are grading on a scale, a sliding scale, sure.
on a curve with the other representatives, he was like, a solid C-.
As a teacher,
I would yeah. So, sorry. Nope. Do your research beforehand. Read the actual text yourselves so you don't make such simple blunders. Now, I'm going to restart the poll. Let you guys go ahead and vote on the next guy up. So this would be applying to the next guy in line, the poll that just popped up. Do remember that we do have the Seek and Share Truth Conference. The link is for the free tickets are pinned at the top of the screen. And I did share the link to the fundraiser. So if you can't come yourself, you can help enable other people to come and keep this free because I really don't want to have to start charging for tickets for this. And yes, we do have, of course, I think Jack Ray joined us. At least he started commenting now. So yes, we will spin the wheel of, he calls it misfortune. I just call it a prize wheel, but maybe misfortune would be the if we have issues with Muslims, that would be the misfortune one. And believe me, that one's got some pretty spicy things on it. But yes, this one we'll go ahead and spin. Thank you very much. And of course, we will spin it for you. So let's go ahead and take care of that, and then we'll dive back on in. So here we go. Around and around we go. Where it stops. Switch. Nope. Spin again. You get 2. looking at the wrong one. Okay.
No way, dude.
Oh.
No way. No way.
It's limited to 3. It's limited to 3. Okay.
Okay, it has to be different.
Mohammed.
It's determined. It's determined, you see.
No. Denied. Confetti. And what else? Because holy cow. Oh, historical fact. Holy cow.
Oh, that's so funny, dude.
Historical fact is the whole I didn't expect that ever to actually happen 3 times. So let's see here. We got Mohammed, we got confetti. So let's go ahead and get the confetti, which I did restock my balloons after last time. If I admit it, that did not work. There we go. Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that one. Oh, okay. Now that I've got confetti all over myself, let's go ahead and go on to the historical fact. The fun historical fact. Did you know that if it wasn't for the stupidity of Napoleon Bonaparte, he could have actually made out much better because he rejected the concept of the steam engine on boats.
Really?
So he had, yes, and he's quoted as saying, "You think I'm insane? You would light a fire upon a boat in order to make it sail against the wind?" Because it was a steam engine on a boat.
Wow.
So that would have actually impacted any sort of naval battles he had, because if he would have had actual steam-powered ships and could get them places faster, that could make a big deal. Even if it was just say, okay, I'm not going to put any sort of cannons on it. I'm just going to put supplies on it. That by itself could change quite a few battles.
That's interesting.
And my water did not survive. I'll still drink it. It's confetti water now, boys.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that you had an involuntary hat change there as well.
Yes. Okay. Got it. Although I'm limiting that to 3, but
What about Muhammad? You haven't done Muhammad.
oh, gotta do Muhammad. I'll do Muhammad as we are doing this, and then I'll pin it up behind me and put it on up there. So let's get the
nice
for that and go ahead and hit play on this. So this is the next guy. Vote yes or no if the next gentleman in line or next lady in line does well.
Voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Jordan, nice to meet you.
Very zippy. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Hi, Liam. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm
good.
surrounded by atheists.
My question to you, let me scoot in, would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can.
Okay, stopping there before he answers it, because we'll look at what he answers in just a little bit. I just want to do an analysis again, like I've done on all the other guys. How you enter into this conversation matters.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he came asking questions, which
I like
I've said
this guy.
before is fantastic.
So
He
far.
is coming to have a dialogue, and he's asking to clarify some concepts, make sure he's understanding the actual statement. I like this guy so far. We'll see how this.
So, and that's, I don't know why he said completely, but in any case, that's the first half of it, right? That atheists accept Christian morality. Peterson didn't say completely, the guy added completely, but whatever. Like, he wants to know what that means. What do you mean that us atheists accept Christian morality? I think that's valid.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson's answer is a little weird.
Yeah, so far, maybe, hopefully he'll clarify.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree with his prompt, but I would say, like, you accept things as like slavery as being wrong, and you accept that human beings have intrinsic value, and you believe in love, and so on and so forth, right? I'd say things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Things that are people perceive as universal human values, but in fact are not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Absolutely. Let's see what it's got.
No matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that that's a very broad.
So okay, hold on. Sorry, I did I cut his answer in half? I mean, I like short answers. I like being quick and to the point, but he might.
Yeah, he said that I define that as aiming up, no matter what happens to you. So, like, be optimistic. That's what Christian morality means.
See,
Would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that
To aim up, it's hard. No,
No,
not even close.
no.
That's not the Christian concept at all.
No, it is the it is to love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. That's if you want the whole law summarized in like 2 statements, that would be it. And
That
from
would be
there
the quick
comes
solution, yeah.
all the ethics and morals. If you mean by aiming up to become like Christ, then sure, that would be good. I don't know if I can be that charitable with Jordan Peterson yet, though, to be completely fair, unless he qualifies that. But no, aim for a clean room. I see Talmudic Tunnels Construction Inc. That's great. Aim for a clean room.
Clean room. That's fantastic.
Bloody A. Yeah.
Don't point your gun towards the ground. Always aim it upwards.
Always,
No matter what.
always aim up. That's great.
Yeah. You can aim down. It counts on where you're at. Sometimes aiming up is worse, depending on what situation you're in. If you're in a house with a 2nd-story floor,
Yeah, maybe not.
if you have no basement, aim down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That way, wherever it goes is where it matters. But that being said, yeah, that's not the Christian concept, but that is in line with what he has been saying earlier with his ideas, where it's, hey, Christianity, to be a Christian is just to, bear your cross. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Yeah.
That's
Which
not
again,
the only definition.
they really should have brought somebody else on here for this, because I think everyone here could admit, so far, let's see if he qualifies this, but it is too broad. I mean, this Liam guy, this atheist guy is 100% right. That's very broad. So let's see if Peterson tries to specify it a bit.
Okay, before we do that, though, zoom up for a second on me. Let's see. Here we go, Jack Ray. There is Mohammed in a polka dot nightie of Aisha, surrounded by the men of Al Zut. And if you don't know what that means, well, just wait. Later this month, you will definitely be educated if you're part of this channel.
Wait,
But let's just say it's very important.
can I make one request for the image? Can you draw like the Diddy line, like the line in the stand, like just one line somewhere, so that we're like, oh, this is where you can't go across. Yeah, yeah.
Your Diddy line. Diddy line in there. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Back to topic.
I think that that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right. But I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer. I
Right.
mean, there's other ways of representing the
Yeah.
situation, but I
Yes,
wanted to give you
please,
something
please,
that
other
was
ways.
kind of foundational briefly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't mean
That's not
it's,
foundational.
exhaustive.
Yeah.
I could say that you would have to believe that Christ is God and he died for your sins, right? But that's in a very difficult way to understand. That's the same claim.
Yeah. If there are other theologies and disciplines
Yeah.
that have similar types of values,
Yeah.
how then
on.
is that definition mean? Wouldn't those also be Christian
question.
values under your
Nice.
definition?
That's
like
a
this
good
guy.
question. I spent a lot of time studying different religious systems from all over the world and found multiple interesting layers of concordance.
Right.
So, for example, in ancient Egypt, their god Horus, who was the reviving god of the totalitarian state, the corrupt he was the god of attention. Right. And the Jews hypothetically came out of Egypt, and there was crosstalk between Egyptian and Jewish foundational morality, and then that bled into Christianity. Meaning human beings all over the world have come up with moral systems that fit roughly into a pattern, and they're
Okay.
It counts on what you mean by pattern. What do you mean by pattern?
What do you? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that would be I think that would be what you would expect under the Christian worldview, right? That if God set up the whole world and created everyone and gave them the book of nature, as it's sometimes called, to guide us towards the truth, that people would discover aspects of the truth, and you could find aspects of truth in all kinds of, all kinds of worldviews, all kinds of religious teaching. I'm hope that's not what Peterson meant by his original topic, though, is that truth is found in everything, because if that's what he meant, then that's what he should have said.
Yeah. I actually I really like this atheist. He's got like good questions, and he's using these like nice, kind, direct questions. And the Vikings did not follow that. Yeah, they did not. A lot of people did not. To be very clear, and I think this also happens where people say all religions are basically the same. And I'm like, okay, even if that were true, which it's just straight up not, but even if that were true, you don't judge the nature of something by how it is basically. You judge it based off all of its main details and main teachings, right? Like if I had one teacher who teaches like first grade and he does it horribly, he like puts all the students in timeout every day and he never lets them speak and he never teaches. And then you have another teacher who's like a 12th grade teacher who has helped his students to pass every state exam, even the ones outside of his own classroom subjects. And you would say, well, they're basically the same because they're both teachers.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah.
like, no, because they're completely different kinds of teachers. So to say like they're basically the same because of the most basic thing about them, which is their job, that doesn't actually get at the heart of the characters, their effects on the world around them, their disposition. So, I actually like this guy though, because he is trying to drive home like how would we assess that this is mostly from Christian morality and not from this like generic moral precept that exists in the mind of all humans because of patterns between religions. And there's a lot of ways to answer this, but I am interested to see if Peterson goes the way that I would answer it. So I won't give my answer yet, because I want to see if he gets into like more specific biblical ethics related language. I want to see that.
Absolutely. Well, I would agree with you guys. So far, the atheist isn't doing bad. He's actually investigating. This one might be a harder call between the two if they keep this up. Actually deciding who, again, quote unquote, won the conversation. I think it's more valid. Just had a good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, so far so good.
We'll see.
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
They're very usefully studied. I learned a lot about Christianity by studying Taoism, for example, like a lot. So I think you can make a case that Christianity formalized the landscape of good and evil more comprehensively and in more detail than any other religious system. And I think that that's part of the reason that it defeated paganism and spread so broadly across the West and is still dominant, still understructures our culture, for example.
I love that, dude.
The way you feel about Horus or Taoism or something is how I feel about Christian morals, I think.
Yeah, but how do I feel about them?
Well, that you took inspiration from them, you learned from them. Maybe
that's a good start,
right?
Because I would say that actually constitutes belief. Like you said, well, look.
Right.
Isn't this guy effectively proving Peterson's prompt? That he says in his own words, he takes inspiration from Christianity. He thinks it has good moral teachings, but he rejects
its foundational
stories of Christianity. I mean, isn't he like saying I agree?
Wait,
fundamentally saying I agree?
I don't even know if I can say that this would be because of Jordan Peterson. I think this atheist is just so honest that he's like, yeah, the way that you think about everything else, that's how he admits it openly. He's like, that's how I feel. Oh man, I don't know how I would vote for this because I feel like,
well, I'd vote on it. Did he disprove, if no other aspects, and they both have really good arguments and both fantastic discussion. I would be looking at who's driving the conversation, who's actually driving it, and on top of that, did they disprove the actual topic? So far,
I forgot the topic.
Been able to disprove it because he's actually that's a problem, right?
Yeah,
these topics are getting forgotten, but he's so far agreeing, and I'd say even proving Peterson's perspective. So I would say.
That's a good point.
If nothing else happens, that in that regard, I would have to say that the atheist lost in disproving it.
Yeah.
But it was a great conversation.
That's true.
So far.
That's true. Let's see.
In Noah, in the story of Noah, right? Noah is inspired by the apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay. Yeah. He regards that inspiration as God.
Okay.
Right? And when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the
What? What is that?
I'm
don't know
pretty
about
sure
that.
that
Not the
God
story
spoke
at
to
all.
Noah.
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
even this
And gave
guy.
clear
Wait, look at
instructions
him.
on how to build the ark.
Yeah, look at this guy. I actually like this guy's face. He's like, huh? Like that's kind of me. I'm like,
That's the face every Christian say. Every Christian that's studying the Bible say, "What?
what? What?
What? Jordan Peterson? What? No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened in the biblical narrative at all.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was just this
Noah took
inspiration that there might be a
inspiration from
battle.
all hell breaking loose. Why did he think all hell was going to break loose, right? And that's not just a normal thing. I think God's about to flood the entire planet. I'm going to take inspiration from my insane thought and call it God. I mean, that's what Peterson essentially said. I mean, that would be an insane thought. Like if you just randomly one day said, I think that the earth is about to be flooded. I will build an ark. That would be insane.
That would be
Yeah.
nuts. And what would be even crazier is if it actually happened.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Hey, Yusuf. Welcome,
Yo, what's
brother.
up, Yusuf?
Good to see you on here. Let's go ahead and dive on in. Oh my goodness. That was okay. Let's see what he says about Abraham, because now I'm nervous, right? Let's see if this is going to be a good laugh. That was really bad.
apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay,
Yeah.
he regards that inspiration as God.
Okay.
Right, and when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. It's inspiration. One of the definitions of God.
What? No, no. Pick up all your stuff and leave. Leave completely. That's not inspiration.
The
Unless you're
inspiration of
saying that
adventure.
someone- That, like, for example, with Truth Defenders, which I'll be on his channel tomorrow, doing a live stream with him. But I didn't. He didn't get an inspiration in the form of Eric from Your Brother in Christ telling him he should do a YouTube channel. No. I just said that you should do a YouTube channel. I'm going to help you do it. Let's get all this technical stuff out of the way that you don't grasp, so you can spread the gospel. Oh,
What even is the spirit of
Oh, that
adventure?
was
That
so
sounds like an
bad.
anime. That sounds like an anime term, like a
I think
cartoon
it's like
term.
Indiana Jones or something, right?
The spirit of adventure.
the spirit
It
of
calls
adventure
us
came
up.
upon him.
Oh, that's
That's
great.
bad, Jordan.
I
Really,
would
seriously,
not
read the book.
describe the story of Abraham, like even like from the most secular, non-religious standpoint possible. I wouldn't describe the story of Abraham as like some epic adventure.
No, it'd be a horrible adventure. He was
Maybe
rich,
like
he had
like
money.
the Exodus story, sure, that could be described
Yeah.
as an adventure.
Mhm.
But a story of Abraham, no, I don't think it sounds anything like an adventure.
Because he literally, let's see, he literally went from a rich life being a merchant, traveling around locally, being a merchant, selling all of his stuff, packing up his goods, taking his nephew Lot with him and his wife, packing up and journeying to an entirely new land, separate. Okay, maybe that's the adventure part, right? But then he ends up having horrible time after
Mhm.
horrible time. It's not like this was like, oh, hey, we're going to go have ourselves some fun. Yep, sorry. No, this was a bad situation. A lot of times it was rough, but it was the right thing to do because the
God.
inspiration, as Jordan Peterson claims it, was actually God who talked to him and told him to do this. It wasn't. Is hearing on a voice the same thing as an inspiration to Jordan Peterson? Because that's a pretty big thing. And I don't care if you're reading the Torah or the Bible, you're going to get the same conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you go to, I guess, the Islamic sources, you'd still get the same conclusion that God's the one talking to these people.
Mhm.
It's not just willy-nilly. I feel inspired to build the ark. I feel inspired to suddenly pack up my bags and leave. No.
But this discussion is actually super helpful because probably a lot of people don't understand. This is the way Peterson views all scripture, right?
It's
He views
archetypal.
it as like these for lack of a better term, mythical stories, but that's not a judgment call, right? In a technical sense, saying mythic doesn't mean false. That's what people hear, but I don't have a better term. But he sees them as like these mythic stories, or these epic stories, these grand ideas that these stories are conveying, rather than God acting in human history, right? So he views it as these like great stories, and that isn't a judgment to say they're false. It's that he doesn't care whether they're true or false, right? He doesn't care whether this is history or not, because for him, what you derive from the story is the sense of adventure, in his words, which I think is a really stupid way to describe it. But whatever the story is telling you, right? Whatever the story, how the story impacts your understanding of who you are as a person, how it impacts your understanding of who God is, right? That is what the story is about. And so it is very illustrative of the way he views Scripture, but it is totally contrary, I would say, to what the text itself says.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he has like this kind of Carl Jung inspired view of these stories as archetypes, which is actually very present in like the notion of myths, right? There's like these archetypes, these characters that represent concepts and values. And so he would say, yeah, it's an archetype of adventure, right? That you have a dragon to slay, you have a room to clean up, you have bills to pay, right? You got to clean your bloody room, So he kind of takes all these archetypes of adventure, and maybe with Jonah, he would take an archetype of mercy or something, or how to not buy a boat to get away from your calling. I don't know, but he gets these archetypes, and sadly, because of his Carl Jung well-known like psychologist who had weird philosophical takes too, then he just is kind of stuck in this view of reality as like archetypes of meaning, rather than as like actual events of substance. Sadly. Good conversation though.
Just to ping off something that Thaddeus said, yes, True Myth. Make sure to pick the book up. True Myth is a fantastic book. Take a look at it. It's by some unknown author, someone.
Whoever that was. Yeah.
Now, C.S. Lewis, go check it
Beautiful.
out. Fantastic. A fantastic book. And yeah, that's the concept it's putting forth now. Because it's beyond a myth. It's beyond just, it's not false. It is actual true story. It's beyond that, but it is the source of the myth concept. So,
God in the Old Testament, unsurprisingly, given the derivation of the word, is inspiration. And so if you take inspiration from Christian ideas, then insofar as you do that, you are in fact a believer, which was my point with regards to atheists not understanding.
But have
what
you
they're
taken
rejecting.
inspiration from Taoism or from studying Egyptian mythology?
Definitely.
So then you believe them under that definition?
Yeah, but I've incorporated them into something I think that's more comprehensive.
Is it possible to take inspiration and to appreciate the teachings without being a believer in their truth claims?
It depends. No, I don't think so. But I think, you see, there are different kinds of truth claims, right? There's propositional truth claims, which are the truth claims of what you say. And then there's embodied truth claims, which is the truth claims of what you do. That should be prioritized. Optimally, what you say and what you do would be brought into harmony. But I would say if you had to prioritize, it should be what you attend to and what you act first. And that's what Christ actually says in the Gospels, because he points to the Pharisees, for example, who say all the right things, but don't do any of the right things, and points out very clearly that that's not acceptable.
I don't know that the Christian morality, those principles originate in Christianity, because you brought up other things that predate Christianity.
he's actually got a good point.
Yeah.
He's saying, hey, there's these other things that predate. Now, I would look at Christianity saying, yeah, because God specifically says in the Bible that he wrote his law on people's hearts. And yes, they can come to the conclusion, but a lot of times they don't. And just to say that there's some parallels here in these other texts doesn't disprove that the Bible got it right 100% of the time.
Yeah.
So I would go to the one that got it right all the time that says that it's true.
that you can very closely tie connections to?
Well, I don't think they do originate precisely. I mean,
Right.
I don't think the Christian claim is exactly that they originate Christianity.
So if I'm
right?
living
That's
those
true.
values,
They originate
how is it that
God.
I'm living the Christian values and maybe not the Egyptian values or something else?
Well,
that you
one
brought
of
up?
one
Pause
of
there. You've been voted out.
Not job.
What? That was not the time to vote him out.
Yeah,
I'm
that was
sorry.
actually getting interesting. That was actually getting interesting.
Oh, I was getting to the good part. No,
Yeah.
it's actually he's making good points and saying, hey, if you're basically saying that you can find these truths everywhere, then why is it the Bible that matters? Now, granted, he's not living according to the Egyptian concepts, because there's definitely stuff in there talking about burial, talking about all the rites that you need to do for the pharaoh. And no, you're not taking those values. You're taking the Judeo-Christian values as your foundation that work. And the same thing with like Islam. You're definitely not taking Sharia law and making Sharia your go-to. That's not what you're doing.
Yeah.
But that being said, what are your guys' thoughts on this? And then we'll go ahead and give him his rating.
Yeah, it's a shame Peterson didn't get a chance to answer that last question, because that last question was really the heart of the matter. But since he didn't get a chance to answer, I can only judge on what he had said up to that point. And he was essentially assisting the atheist position that these are universal human values and you're not deriving them from Christianity. Ironically, the atheist aided Peterson's position and said, yeah, I follow Christian values. So it's kind of like a double loss. I mean, it was a really good conversation, but I'm going to have to give it to the atheist, because overall, the majority of the time they were spent talking about how these are universal values. And Peterson did not do a good job defining what's unique or special about Christianity, right? He'd say like, well, are you saying that these things originate in Christianity? Be like, no, I'm not saying that. I think that Christianity, teaches them it to their perfection or the best or something, but that's so generic and so unclear what he means. And he went to the story of Noah and Abraham, and even ignoring that he doesn't get the biblical story right, it didn't seem to aid his point in any way. It didn't seem to contribute to anything. So I got to give it to the atheist.
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling the same. I will say, okay, on the prompt alone, atheists accept Christian morality. You're exactly right. The atheist did clearly and explicitly state that he takes inspiration from Christian morals. So like if I'm just, this is so difficult. I actually struggle with this. If I'm just pointing to the prompt, then I would have to say, oh, I guess Peterson was correct. Because the atheist, like halfway through their discussion, actually pretty early on, was like, yeah, I take inspiration from Christian morality. I'm like, oh, all right. And he's like, I just don't believe in all that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, there we go. But then you are correct, though, that the atheist actually had really good pushback the whole time. Like really good pushback, where he was just, very simple questions, very nicely, well stated. So I think I'm going to say just on the prompt alone, Peterson's prompt one. I want to clarify. I want to say Peterson's prompt one. I don't want to see that Peterson one, because I think he did a pretty bad job at understanding. Yes, it's true. Christians believe that Christian morality originates from God. So it predates, obviously, all other religious systems. But Christianity is the one that specifically created the modern world's understanding of morality through God as such, right? So the ways I would have added was like sacrifice, the value of self-sacrifice for others, right? The value of the equality of all human beings under the eyes of God, without regard to tribe, tongue, city, nation, or religion. That all human beings are truly, actually equal in a way where their lives are actually worth loving and worth saving, if possible, which are very unique to Christianity. So salvation and equality under the eyes of God, without regards to any other external demographics, as like very basic ones. There's a lot more I would add, but what do you think, Eric?
So who do you say won? Because I got lost.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jordan's prompt, not Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson prompt one.
So but that's not the option. Did Jordan Peterson win or lose this one? He's like, I keep it clear with the other one.
Okay, I'm gonna have to then say the atheist. It's it's tough to say, but I'd say the atheist.
I'd say, in my opinion, it's very tough. I don't think the atheist did a good job on the topic.
Sure,
I think that he basically admitted defeat as he came up.
he did.
I think he had a strong suit on saying, Jordan, I don't think you know what is going on. And I think it's hilarious because right now, and it keeps jumping back and forth because one person keeps adding a vote. Basically, in the poll is a 50-50 split almost. At least it was 50 when I clicked on here. Someone must have voted because it just went up to 52 to 48 in Peterson's favor. Now it went up to 43, so it is currently changing. But yeah, I would say it's a hard call between the two because I say that Jordan didn't do good. Arguing the fact, I think they got off topic a lot. I think I think his point was proven. I think what he said that, but I don't think that he understood Christian morality properly in order to say why it was distinct from these other ones, which is why I would lean towards what the atheist argument was saying. Again, this was a great conversation. This was fantastic. This is one of the best ones we've seen so far in this, going back and forth. At least today, I'd say that this is the best so far today. It's been very pleasant. I think I'd give it to the atheist in general because he was able to drive the conversation. It definitely wasn't Jordan driving it. He wasn't able to drive it very well. And I'm sorry, I know that it's like, well, Jordan understands theology, but he is making the claim that they don't understand what Christians believe. They reject the Christian morality, the Christian story, but he doesn't understand what the Christian stories are himself, obviously, by his own admission. So I'd have to give it to the atheist in this one. So that being said, let me pull down this here. We got, again, guys, make sure you click that link for the free Seek and Share Truth conference. If you can't, please help by donating to it. On top of that, we do have a super chat here with a question for all of us.
Ha.
Bradley. Okay, the question is, who would you all pick in place of Peterson? Can't choose yourself. I already have my answer booked in hook, line, and sinker, mostly because I would think it would be funny. I think it would be the most entertaining option. But I also have an option B that I'll keep in my back pocket as well. Thaddeus, you want to answer this one?
Sure. You didn't need to say can't choose yourself. I would not choose myself in a million years. But in any case, William Lane Craig is my favorite contemporary apologist, so I would pick him.
Great choice. I would have chosen Inspiring Philosophy because he spends a lot of his time on his channel dealing specifically with like why Christianity is better for society than atheism. He's done multiple debates, and also he's done a lot of work as to why, from Tom Holland's book Dominion, why Christianity has like made the ethics of the modern West and of secularism. So I go with IP for that one.
Cool. So neither of you picked my two, which is awesome. So I'd say for entertainment value, David Wood would definitely be hilarious. Just for the conversation alone, and the sound bites would be hilarious. Other than if David Wood's off the table, then Mike Winger would. I would pick Mike Winger as the next in line, honestly speaking, because I think both of them do a fantastic job in the end. And of course, the false rivalry between the two is still hilarious to see people watching that on my channel. So that being said, you do get a spin on the wheel of misfortune, as Jack Ray calls it. I would say it's fortune. I don't think it's misfortune. So let's find out what you get. Around we go, and confetti. Man, I'm starting to wonder if that thing is biased because it loves the confetti, which is perfectly fine with me. He's like, a lot of these. I made sure to be ready for this. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking.
Collection. Go ahead, Thaddeus.
I'm definitely thinking. I wasn't sure if people could hear me. That's why I stopped talking. I definitely think that the wheel is weighted. I'm not saying you like biased it, but I think it's probably not really a random because you keep getting the same things repeatedly. Spin again, confetti. You got Muhammad twice now. I mean,
it's the gin. The gin make it confetti fall down upon me each time.
The men of all Zutz.
Relative.
The men of all Zut, they're so weighty.
I'll just have to do is I'll just have to erase them each time and switch them up between. Actually, I could take out each one and change the locations each time.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Just to randomize it. So I
Nice.
might just keep them the same, but randomize it so that we may or may not get the same outcomes. But thank you very much for the super chat, and let's go ahead and hit this again and see if there's anything. Oh, before we continue, since we did do that poll, I need to reestablish the poll.
We got to close
Let
the
you
other one.
guys vote
Oh,
on
it
the
changed
next
to lose
gentleman.
there at the last minute.
It
The
did.
audience changed to lose.
Like I said, it's just so close, back
Yeah.
and forth between the two. So I think that it really is because the atheists had good arguments there against Jordan Peterson's position. And Jordan Peterson, well, still defended his topic. I think the atheist gave in to his point. Just he was
Yeah,
redefining.
like I said, I think they both made the other person's point for them.
Yep.
They did. Let's
Go ahead and start this and see what the next one is.
That was good. That was good. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's your name?
I'm Kumari. So I was curious about this Christian morality that you're talking about, because a lot of my
So let's see real quick here. Her entrance, good.
Yeah,
She's
seems nice
asking
so far.
questions, good.
Mhm.
Cool.
Mhm.
So this one should be a good one.
Yeah.
And yes, I do have confetti balloons above my head, which I have duct taped to the ceiling, and I can poke with my little pokey stick to get them. But we do have another super chats coming in here, so we'll do them real quick. So we have Vilnius do a spin. So let's go ahead and get your spin on going here. Yeah, just leave the super chat up while doing this.
Beats me. Oh.
So switch hats.
Yes.
Switch hats. Oh no, the confetti is falling back on me again. Oh, there's so much on my hat. Okay.
Nice.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
Beautiful.
Happy New Year.
So royal.
Borrowed this from my lovely little daughter. Yes, I will spin the wheel.
Yes.
Determination. Okay.
There is only one way to
It's been
blend.
predetermined to be
Proud of that.
proud of that.
Hey, a new one.
It's hitting all the, see, now that we said it, it's now hitting all the other ones.
Oh, look.
It's no
Wait,
longer
another
the
one.
wheel. Another one? Oh, another super chat. Gotcha. But real quick here, before we do that, I'm proud of that.
We're proud of that, yeah? And we're proud of that, yeah?
So there we go. And let's see what the other one is here. Super chat war. Okay, well, so be it.
Ah,
Spin
lucky.
again. Okay. You get two. Maximum
goat.
free goat.
And a book.
And a book recommendation. Book recommendation that I would give you would be Defenders of the West.
Beautiful.
That one's a fantastic book. Make sure to pick that one up. If you do not have it, I don't think you do. So yeah, make sure you get that one. That's a cool one. It's all about the Christian defenders of the West, the Crusaders, and their actual story, not the demonized versions that we currently read. Oh, wait. We did two, which is the goat as well. Which, there it is. The official goat. There we go. Fantastic. Let's get
Nice.
back to our topic. Unless we continue to have a super chat war, we'll find out if the threat comes true. And I will wear this the rest of the stream unless we switch hats again.
And the target's working today. It's not just staying at 0 unlike last time.
Oh, yes. Oh, cool. I have actually not checked that. Actually, my wife pointed out it was probably because I had a timer on it, because you have to have a timer on it. It actually has only.
So what you
34
did
seconds
is
left.
like when you set it up, like days ahead of time, you set it up and then it had expired before the stream even started.
Yeah, so no one even had the option of getting it, and then it's like stuck at 0 forever. So Jack Ray said John Newton's books. Yeah, those are good recommendations too. Those are some sweet books there. The Healing Stone and a bunch of other things. Look up the Healing Stone and then go from there. So, okay. Let's go ahead and hit this one again.
With the base morality of it, specifically with like the idea of like the rapture and how we see people that aren't going to come up with us with the rapture and that concept of heaven and hell. I don't really agree with.
Whoa. Come up with us?
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 I mean, ignore her language. What she's really saying is, I don't agree that some people go to heaven and some people go to hell. That's what she's really
maybe
saying.
that's what she's trying to get at. Yeah, maybe she's just not too familiar with
that sounds like what she's going for.
Christian theology.
But yeah, the us bit, interesting.
That morality. But if you could explain that to me and how I do agree with that, I would love to like hear.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with me.
Sure.
You asked a deeper question with regard to, let's say, heaven and hell and judgment. Yeah. Well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, sin, you could put it this way, sin is what puts you in hell. Right, and so then you might ask, well, how do you know you're in hell? How about you do anything to get out of it?
Can I ask you
How about
a question?
you know that you put yourself there?
Do you think is sin like?
Okay, first of all, of course she agrees with us. She absolutely agrees with this concept. How do I know she agrees with the concept? Because if someone were to murder her family member, she would want them to face justice. And that's what the Bible's talking about. It is the ultimate justice. It is that every evil act will have some sort of payment. There will be a penalty applied for each evil act done. That includes every act that I've done. The difference is Christ is the one who's paying for that. I am the one that gets Christ's purity put upon myself. And the same for Thaddeus, the same for
That's right.
David S.
And
the same for hopefully some of the people in the chat too. Go ahead.
And that's exactly how I would have started to answer it. I would have said, well, let me ask you a question. If someone murders your mother, do you think that they should go to jail for that? And then, of course, you would say yes. And then say, well, you're suggesting, by saying that, with your implicit suggestion that everyone should go to heaven, you're saying that we shouldn't have jails. Right? You're saying that there should be no consequences to your actions. And so that's how I would answer it. I wouldn't say that Peterson's answer is terrible. Yeah. But it's not as direct as it could be.
Exactly. And as a matter of fact, just as a little sign that she does kind of already implicitly accept the Christian moral stance, as in like our feelings about heaven and hell, she desires a sense of equality and she desires a sense of justice, which, believe it or not, again, we've already established those as like foundational to Christian morality. But she also does something really interesting. She says that hell is not desirable, right? She shows that in the sense that she says some go here and others go there. Well, fun fact, in a general sense, we would all agree hell is not desirable. Like none of us want people to just go to hell, right? Like I can guarantee you that even the most horrendous person, I'd be like, perhaps I want, a true act of repentance and I want them to experience the consequence of what they've done on earth, right? But there's no sense in which I want people, your average Joe Schmo, to go to hell. And so the fact that she says it seems like hell is not a desirable state for humans, almost like it's not the place that they were made for, I would say yes. Good job. You've correctly stated the Christian belief that hell was made for Satan and his angels, right, and the demons, and not a place for us. So I would actually say that in a deeper sense, she does actually resonate with the Christian feeling about hell, while also Christians would go the extra step and say, but yes, we love justice, and we want justice ruled out, and also we wouldn't want God to force people who don't want to be with him to be in heaven, right? If you don't want to be with God for your few years on earth, why would God force you to be with him forever in heaven, right? So freedom is also implicit in that. So, I think you guys are totally right. Yeah. Yeah, she accepts Christian morality.
I think, yep, I agree. And at the same time, we know that it's not the ideal, and God himself does not want anyone to perish. He doesn't want that.
That's right.
But he still, like you were pointing out, he respects your decision. If you decide not to be in that relationship with him on earth, he's not going to force you to be in an eternal relationship with him. You'll be apart from him, and God is the source of all good. He is good. Without him, you're left with nothing that is good. So just the absence of God himself would leave you in hell by definition. But of course, we got a couple more super chats here real quick. Jack Ray says, it's not amateur hour if you're getting paid. Let's go ahead and go with this here and find out what happens.
Again.
So now I got to pick from my pile of hots which one I'm going to switch to. There we go. I got a hat on. Changed it on up. Go with the baseball hat.
I like Joshua Wooden's super chat. That's actually, very, very true.
Go ahead and read it.
Joshua Wooden,
Read
atheist.
it off.
I'm pure logic and reason. Also atheist. Doesn't understand the biblical description and prescription distinction. Atheism has no moral odds. Thank you, Josh Wooden. Like that's something a lot of atheists don't get. There are no shoulds and should nots in atheism, which also should imply that an atheist should not say what God should or should not do. If in an atheist worldview, there are no shoulds and should nots. Now, an atheist might say, well, I'm trying to do an internal critique of Christianity. But if you were, then you'd admit that God is perfect and all of his judgments would be perfect, which means you wouldn't really have a complaint. So that's kind of that. But I like that. So description, prescription, very different things.
So let's go ahead and spin your wheel here. See what you get. Around it goes. And it's Muhammad.
Bismillah.
So this would be
Bismillah.
Muhammad picture number 2 for today. Fantastic. You get yourself a picture, and I will work on that as we go back into the video. Make sure you guys vote and get your free tickets if you so desire it. But let's go ahead and dive on in. Hopefully I can fix this. Yes, I did. Nice. StreamYard's been a little goofy lately. Let's go ahead and hit play.
A part of Christian morality.
What do you mean exactly? Sin as a part. It's missing the
sin.
Cade, it's derived from an archery term, and it means to miss the target, right? And so it presumes that there's such a thing as a central target, and that you can miss it in many ways. And the consequence of that will be your life will be ridden with anxiety. Your life will be pointless. People will turn against you.
Don't believe in sin at all.
Well, do you believe in error?
Really?
Have you made any mistakes?
What if I believe that the mistakes that you make, that they're fixable, and so that no sin is finite, and that the idea
that's a Christian belief.
of the idea of hell, I don't believe
That's
in
also
it
a Christian.
Come on now. You cannot legitimately say that you believe that every single mistake you made is fixable. I'm sorry, but like in purely naturalistic human means, if you murder another person, you can't just like, I know I put a bomb in their chest and blew their body apart, but maybe I can put all their sinews back together and bring them back to life, and it wasn't that bad. Like, no, like, or what if you break up a family, right? What if you do something horrible, you break up a family? It's not like you can say like, well, I'm going to just undo all these mistakes I did, and now the family will have a perfect relationship. No, you're like,
nope,
it doesn't matter what example you give. There's a lot of things you can do that, I'm sorry, just aren't easy fixes. There's a lot of mistakes, even in like, without even bringing Christianity into it. If you straight up murder a dude, if you murk some fella, there's no fixing that issue. You murked him. You went into someone's house, you stabbed someone in the eye 12 times, they're dead. I'm sorry, but that's it. Like, there's no, I don't know what she means. I just don't get what she means. I'm sorry. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I sure hope Peterson like just goes for the jugular here and then says it. What is the way to fix murder?
Yeah.
And then she might say, well, I wouldn't murder someone, and say, well, that's irrelevant. It's not only you, right? Other people sin too. You said all sin is fixable. Yes. Some people murder people.
Yeah.
How do I fix that? I mean, I don't really think that you can, quote unquote, fix any sin, honestly, right? Something's always broken. Sure, you can repair a relationship, right? You can move on, you can make things better, but they're not the same as they were in the absence of the sin.
Yeah.
Right. Let's say that I get in a fight with my wife and I call her some nasty names, right? Cannot we make up? Can we move on? Can we restore the relationship? Absolutely. But is it identical to the way it was before we got in a big fight? No, it wasn't, right? And that's what sin. So Peterson was dead on when he says that, sin is missing the mark. And anytime you sin, he said anxiety, which I mean is kind of generic, and I would just say harm, right? That's too specific to say, well, it causes anxiety. I would say all sin causes harm. God doesn't just arbitrarily say some things are sinful and other things aren't. He says whatever causes us harm is sinful, even if we don't think it causes us harm, right? He knows better, right? He knows that, say, lying, one of the most prevalent sins in existence, actually does harm. Because what does it do? It means, like, even if the lie I told is no big deal, right? Even if it didn't hurt someone directly, even if I didn't lie to someone because I was trying to trick them into getting their money or, doing some other material harm to them, what is the harm it did? Well, it means that they can't trust, when they discover the lie, they can't trust me next time. And because everyone lies, right? Because lying is so prevalent and such a big part of society, people inherently don't trust one another the same way they would without lying. The default is not trust. The default is to not trust someone. Now, someone might earn your trust, and you might say that they don't lie to you, right? You might come to that conclusion. But the default is everyone's lying. I can't trust anyone. I can't take them at face value. And thus, why you go to court and you have to swear under oath that you're telling the truth. Because the default is lying. So you have to specify, I'm not lying this time. I usually lie, but I'm not lying this time. And that's exactly what Jesus is talking about when he says, don't take oaths. Let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. Because in the absence of that attitude, the default is, I don't believe that guy. He's lying. I can't trust him. Thus does harm to society.
That's right.
Absolutely. So we have, real quick here before we continue, and yes, I saw the super chat. So here we go with Mohammed and the little boys.
Yay!
We will definitely be hitting that later this month, talking about Mohammed and his fixation with little boys and what he did with them and one of the boys is already preparing for Mohammed with his tongue out. So we'll cover that in a little bit.
Was he a dentist?
Oh, well, the type of dentist you would want to go visit. Let's just say that.
Okay.
I just heard that it's Pride Month. Oh, zoot!
Oh, zoot!
Absolutely. And everyone should hear about that this month.
The whole month,
Go.
really.
The whole month. Another one from Mohammed.
We're getting a lot of momos.
The Momo. Now I got to come up with another concept for Momo.
Do the one where he there's so many good stories when he pushes Aisha because she was, he was when Aisha is there and Muhammad's like, no, it's okay.
I got one.
Oh, you got one? There's so many good ones.
Yes, something along that line. That's fantastic. Okay. So Jack Ray, I will get your picture done shortly, but let's go ahead and continue with this conversation. Hopefully this gets better because so far it's not really looking very good for her.
Yeah, I like her, but she's just a little off.
Christian belief, by the way.
A Christian belief is hell?
No, that there's no sin that, there's one. The sin against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable, but that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist?
Okay.
So close. So close. But so far.
Yeah.
No, it's not the ability to help you learn, but it's an
if you say learn of,
I know it's so close.
Kinda.
Yeah,
So close, so close.
That's right.
Because it would be that the role that the Holy Spirit plays is as the convictor, and if you cannot be convicted of your sin, then you cannot understand what sin is. Therefore, you aren't able to even recognize your need for a savior through that process.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or to put differently, to understand what God is and openly reject him anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
That doesn't mean to reject God, because people can reject due to lack of knowledge or because of things they've been told or the life experiences or all kinds of things. But it's to fully understand what God offers and reject it anyway. That is the sin against the Holy Spirit. So, obviously, if you've chosen to, if you've seen everything God has to offer and you say, I don't want that, then obviously there is no going back from that because you've already seen everything God has to offer.
Yeah. And I will say before you press play, I think Jordan Peterson's approach here is interesting. Instead of saying, well, here's all the cases where you admit that all these sins are like things that can be undone, quote unquote, forgiven, or at least fixed. I think she said fixed, not forgiven. But Jordan Peterson tries to level with her here by saying, well, the Bible does say that all sins can be forgiven, right? Except for the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. And so he's trying to level with her and say, like, no, you see, you're actually drawing from a Christian notion that none of these are too far gone. And I will say that's actually very clever. And also in a very real sense, true. In the eyes of God, your sin is not such that there's no way for reconciliation between you and God, right? There is a way for this sin problem to be fixed. And so I think Jordan's answer is actually very clever. And it does show that, she's calling for this kind of like all sin can be fixed. And I'm like, that's really interesting because I think in a naturalistic framework and in many other religions, they would admit, and even like in a secular sense, there's certain things where it's like, you went too far, you lost my trust, I'm not going to give you the time of day, right? I'm never going to see you again. You want reconciliation, you're never going to get it. You want this to be fixed, you're never going to have it. I'm not even going to offer the possibility of this relationship to be fixed, right? So in secularism, I don't actually think there's any reason that you would say all sins, all errors, all mistakes can be fixed, all wrongdoings can be fixed, not just because they have no way to say what's a wrongdoing, but also because why would you care about reconciliation and a naturalistic atheistic worldview, right? The fact that she even talked about reconciliation and fixing being possible, it's evidence that she's drawing from the Christian worldview.
Exactly. Well said. Well said.
Still a nice girl. Again, just just kind of missing the mark.
Jacqueline, I've got your picture ready to go.
Oh, let's see it, dude. Let's see it.
Mohammed and Aisha with the woman who had was beaten so badly that her skin turned green as her dress.
Yay!
I thought that was poetic.
It's beautiful.
That was great.
Aisha was so poetic.
That's a story that Muslim women need to know.
That's right. I actually made a post about that on my Instagram today, or like yesterday, and a lot of Muslims got really angry at it.
Why? It's what's there.
I mean, they should get very angry, but they should get very angry at their prophet.
Yeah, get angry at the guy who did it, not me for telling you about it. Like, don't shoot the messenger, shoot the messenger, Rasulullah. You should get angry at him instead. Inshallah.
Let's see what else happens here.
If I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't believe in that? Like I think can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life. Like,
wait, I thought she said she didn't believe in sin.
Well, she's granting. I don't know. No. She said that everything's repairable. She didn't reject the concept of sin per se.
Okay, maybe I misheard her. So I'll rewind just a little bit and make sure that I don't want to straw man anyone.
I think she might just be confused on language, but yeah, go ahead and go back because maybe she did say
that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist, and if I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't believe in that? Like I think can I explain a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life, like where you were born and who you were raised by. And so there are certain things that lead you down a dangerous path. And once you are dead, I think you're kind of removed of that person. There's no like there are no factors of the earth that have to.
What happens after death?
Right.
So
Okay. Well, first of all, what she's saying is removing any sort of independent sort
Responsibility.
of like actual
Responsibility,
responsibility
Yeah.
on herself. It's just her situation. It's just how she was raised. It's just all these other factors that
He
then
really needs
made
to
her
ask
sin.
about jail. He really
Mhm.
needs to ask about
Oh.
jail.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
by her logic,
Yeah.
no one should go to jail, right?
Yeah,
Because
because it's just their factors. It's just their
it's just
environment.
their factors that led them to commit whatever crime they committed.
Yeah. And when they're
And
in
they can just
jail,
make up for it. They can just make up for it somehow instead of going to jail.
yeah, and if they're in jail, then you know what? That's an environment that could be damaging for them. It can make them do more bad things or quote unquote
And
sin.
usually does, in fact.
Yeah. So if anything, really, you shouldn't send them to jail or really send them to any environment where they're called out for their sin or they have to pay for it, because that could be discomforting. And when people are uncomfortable, then that could cause them to lash out and do sin. I think this is a little silly because you have people who are in the exact same environments. You have siblings who are actually in the exact same environments and, you know, same home environment, and they make very different choices. Obviously, if you're an atheist, you're not going to believe in free will if you're consistent, but just ignore consistency because most atheists do anyways. You know, you're in the same environment and you say, I'm not going to do this kind of thing because it's bad. And the other one's like, well, everyone else in this environment does it, so I'm going to do it. I'm sorry, but you can't just relegate every single choice you do to a set of external circumstances and say that everything you did is a result of external factors beyond your control. That is a naturalistic explanation. So I'll give her a point there. That is a very naturalistic answer, but I don't think she actually really believes it. If Jordan presses her a bit more, so I'd be interested to see if he does. He probably won't, but
No. And another example of that, just poking holes in it, because if it's just all your situation and just everything else applying to you, you know, your genetics, how you're born, how you're raised. You know what? I know a couple of a friend of mine has his son adopted two identical twins, and their personalities couldn't be similar at all. Vastly different. One's outgoing, wanting to go outside and do outside activities. The other one's a hardcore bookworm. So the genetics are the same. They're raised the same. Two different outcomes. So no, the outside factors aren't always the thing that drives. There's personal responsibility that goes along with it. It's still your decision to screw up. You don't have to, but it's still your decision, one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Let's
I
put
would
it
ask you-
a different way. So if we look at a crime-torn nation, let's say Afghanistan, right? Does everyone grow up and become a jihadi? Does everyone grow up and kill a bunch of people? No, actually the vast majority don't. Like even in the worst environment, the vast majority don't. Now look at like the best environment, right? The most strict society. Something like, say, Singapore. With all the environmental pressure to prevent you from committing crimes. Do people still grow up and commit crimes? Yes, they do.
oh yeah.
Is there a level of difference between the two? Yes, there's a level of difference. So environmental factors, culture, whatnot, they play a role. But are they deterministic? No, they're not.
Exactly. I mean,
In
I'm
these
really-
times that you've suffered terribly in ways that you thought would never
Yeah.
end, do you believe that you had any causal role in that? Like, did you play a part in that?
In my own suffering,
Yeah.
maybe sometimes I would say
Okay.
that there was a part that I played
well,
in
that's-
that.
okay,
but I
that's
also
the
do
thing to
think
find
that-
out.
I think that maybe it's like a concept of free will that I don't really believe in somewhat of free will, that I think that there are certain things in your life that lead you to do certain behaviors. And so when you commit those sins, you go to hell. I'm not too sure why you would still be
When you-
reaping the
okay, do you
consequences of
believe-
that.
Like I said, I can't
Yeah.
address that. Do you believe that you can change?
I do.
Do you believe you can change for the better?
Wait.
Do you believe
You
that
get
when
What
you
is
do-
going on? What is going on, dude? She just thinks
I believe I don't have free will, but also I do, and I can change.
And I can change. And
It's my responsibility.
I don't-
You know, I'm at fault for some of my suffering, and yeah, I can change for the better. Quote unquote. Like, what is going on here? What is going on here?
oh,
That's so confusing. That is so confusing.
Okay, so she's not consistent with her theology or her beliefs. She believes in contradictory statements that she does have free will and she can change some things, but at the same time, it's not her responsibility. It's all based upon just the environment that she's in, and she definitely shouldn't have to pay for her mistakes, and no one should have to pay for her mistakes, but at the same time, at any time we could fix everything.
Yeah, and also she's at fault for some of her suffering and some of her mistakes. So it is kind of her fault, but also not, because it's only her environment. Apparently.
The Cobra over here says, I think I just lost a couple of brain cells.
Yeah, me too.
I think you might be right, man. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
Try to follow that logic. That doesn't
Poor
work.
young lady. This poor young lady.
Here's what it is. She believes in some free will and some determinism simultaneously.
Yeah.
Just like she believes in some truth and some falsity simultaneously.
Yeah, somehow it's just yeah. And she chooses whatever that is when she needs it to be different. That's
she believes that it is half raining and half sunny today.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's actually something in a lot of evangelism, conversational evangelism that I do with people. You know, I'm Puerto Rican, so I often use that in conversations about morality, because I know a lot of people understand racism to just kind of be like a bad thing. Even atheists, they know it to be a bad thing, right? So I'm Puerto Rican, so I do use that to my advantage. And in a conversation with a young lady like this, because clearly, you know, she needs some help to understand the consistency, I would say, okay, so people think and behave a certain way because of their environment alone, and they're not really responsible for the choices they make. So let's say someone's like a vehement racist. I'm talking like a just a total cracked out racist, hates all Hispanics, hates all black people, you know, just horrible. Would she then say, oh, well, that's only because of this person's environment, right? And they really shouldn't be held responsible for their racist actions, racist behavior, stuff like that? I feel like she wouldn't. I feel like she'd say, well, no, that's just, you just shouldn't be that way because that's wrong, right? But then let's go a little bit further. Maybe she would try to be consistent for a second and say, well, you know, that's just his beliefs and you know, his personal opinions about blacks and Hispanics, but he hasn't really done anything. So it's not really a sin because there's no action done. And I would say, okay, let's say he's like part of the KKK and he's trying to like curb stomp random minorities, right? Would you then say that if he tried to do that, then that was a wrong action, that's his personal responsibility? Or would you say, oh, well, whoopsie daisy, his environment caused him to do that, so it's not his responsibility for what he did to those minorities, it's just kind of a cosmic chemical accident? You know, certain environmental pressures made him realize the best thing for me to do for my physical and sexual fitness is to curb stomp minorities. I'm using a very extreme and expressive example for a reason. My reason is this: it's kind of difficult to, even when you're trying to be a consistent atheist who says, I don't really believe in free will, I don't believe in, you know, sins that can't go back on, you know, it's hard to stay consistent when you bring up a horrible example like that. So I would love it if Jordan Peterson would bring up an example like that. Most of the atheists I've talked to at that point in conversation with me have said, well, no, that's objectively evil if you did that. And I was like, interesting that you said that. 1.5 hours later, you know, we're somewhere much better. So yeah, I'm just saying, sometimes, and Jordan's probably new to this, and perhaps it wouldn't have been the most positive thing for him to bring up, but maybe it's good to kind of play on some of the demographics of the people you're with and say, you can admit that racism's wrong, right? And like, you try to draw that out so you can help people understand your position better. That might have helped him a bit more in this situation, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, but I don't know if she would consistently be able to say one way or the other, because she does and does not have free will at the same time.
Good point.
For the better, you abandon the things you've done in the past that weren't good.
I think that you can.
Okay, then
Yeah.
that's very much in keeping with Christian doctrine.
Can you explain to me how that's in keeping with Christian
Well,
doctrine?
you believe
if you would go to hell for those things?
You can. You believe you can improve,
Yeah.
right? And you believe that if you improved, you would let go of things that were impeding you. That's a sacrifice. You believe that improvement would be upward, and you believe that you have agency in that. Yeah, those are all Christian presuppositions.
I guess
Fair
like this, maybe we have.
Yeah. Okay. I could see his perspective on that.
On the presuppositional level, like the foundational level, that's not bad.
Different opinions of what Christian morality is.
Yes, sounds
So
like
I think
it.
that my opinion of Christian morality is something that I don't really agree with, and maybe you would define that as like the foundations.
Well,
She just technically said I don't agree with my own opinion.
Yeah,
I love it.
guess-
You know, some people are sweet. I will say, I think some people are very sweet, you know, even if they're not the most aware. And I think this character, she's kind of sweet in that way.
Yeah, I mean, what she actually meant is I don't agree with my understanding of what Christian morality is. Like, I'm against what I think Christians believe, but you're saying something different than what I'm against. That's what she's actually saying.
And again, tell you truthfully, what she perceives as Christian morality doesn't make a hill beans of difference. She needs to do the study and actually look into it if she's going to make those claims, because it matters what it actually says. Not, again, someone can have a very bad perception on Christian morality and then go shoot up somewhere.
Yeah.
That's
So,
not
I
a
mean-
representation of Christian morality.
I mean, what her only actual stated objection really is that some people go to hell, but I don't think that's actually consistent, inconsistent with her beliefs.
At all.
Right, about justice, about fairness, about morality, or anything. And unfortunately, Peterson didn't really draw that out. But that's actually her only she might have others, but that's the only one she stated that she disagrees with. And unfortunately, you know, he spent like time getting her to agree with Christian, or broadly Christian. They're not really properly formulated, but broadly Christian moral sentiments. And the problem is she could agree with those things while still disagreeing with something else and then say that she doesn't follow Christian moral values. So he really needed to challenge her on whether she really believes that no one should go to hell.
Yeah. Especially since that really is like such a specific focus. It'd be weird if, you know, you said, well, I don't accept Christian morality in any sense because I don't accept Christian morality in one sense, right? Again, that's like a weird hypergeneralization again, where it's like, you see, I disagree with Christians on there being a hell. Therefore, I disagree with Christians on all their other forms of morality and ethics. I'm like, no, you still agree with a sense of justice, fairness, equality, forgiveness, apparently, reconciliation as a beneficial attitude towards sin and error. So obviously in her conversation, she's kind of revealed in this general sentiment of Christian moral foundations, or as Jordan Peterson called it, Christian presuppositions, which is true. I think she just doesn't, she's so focused on the hell issue, she can't actually see the whole issue.
And I will point out also that, you know, I'm just taking her as she disagrees with the concept of, you know, different treatment for different people in any sense. But if she like actually her objection is to like eternal conscious torment, well, that's not like a universal Christian belief to begin with. So
True.
So you know, at an actual conversation, I'd probably also want to know how she's defining hell, right? So I'm just taking it as she's against any concept of, you know, people being punished, but Christians don't actually all agree on what hell is precisely.
Yep. Okay. Let's see if she's got anything else. And then I think they do a reaction to Jordan Peterson, which I looked at it. It's an interesting statement.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, up
it's
to you.
interesting.
Up to you. I'm okay either way.
Okay. Let's go ahead and finish this out. See what else she has. She's very close to getting flagged out, but her time's almost up too. So let's see.
let me give you an example. So if you want to atone, which means to unify yourself and unify that with the world, then the first thing you have to do is figure out what you did wrong and admit it. That's a confession.
Okay.
That was good.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
I was
Okay.
uneasy with his definition of atonement there, but it did sound like he was actually going to go the right direction because, yes, acknowledging that there's a sin problem is the first step towards atonement. I didn't like him saying fix yourself, but
Yeah.
he may have actually explained it adequately if he had more time, so won't count that against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I already
So,
know. I'm voting.
In conclusion, we'll start with Thaddeus. What's your vote? And then I will take a look because I haven't seen what the audience has said. So I'll give my
this
opinion before I
one,
look.
this one was pretty close, I would say, because now I think it should have been a slam dunk. So that's part of why it's hard to judge because I think it should have been way easier for Peterson. I think he should have done way better than he did. I think it was very close in the way he actually handled it, but I do have to give Peterson the win because at the end there, she kind of lost it when she both agreed to free will and denied free will simultaneously. And unfortunately, I think her position actually is incoherent. Like that statement is incoherent. And I think her position actually is incoherent because she both wants there to be responsibility for someone's actions, right? You make certain actions, there are certain consequences to that, while also simultaneously not wanting to be there any consequences to it, which is why she says she doesn't agree with Christianity because hell is consequences for your actions, but she doesn't actually reject that, and that's why she lost.
That's awesome. I would agree with that, honestly. I think that it's very explicitly clear, just on the prompt alone, she does draw from Christian moral principles. She's just so focused on the question of hell that she doesn't know it. And even her fixation on the question of hell is actually evidence that she is drawing from Christian moral principles and Christian morality, and that she sees it as a non-desirable place in some sense, but then also says that people should kind of have responsibility in a different sense, and that there should be, especially if she was pressed more, I think she'd understand that there's some necessity for, apparently, even the fact that she said she believes all errors or sins can be fixed. Well, fun fact, by saying that all errors or sins can be fixed, you're accepting the fact that they were wrong in the first place. You don't fix things that aren't broken, right? So by accepting the fact that they could be fixed, she's not actually disagreeing with Christian morality. She's understanding the notion of reconciliation as a positive and beneficial, endpoint for people. But then also saying, oh yeah, it was a wrong thing to do in the first place, and therefore needs to be reconciled. It needs to and should be fixed, which again is a Christian moral. So I think the entire time she was actually drawing from Christian morality, but was so focused on hell that she couldn't really see anything else that she was talking about. So no, I'd have to give this one to Jordan pretty clearly, without much question or doubt.
And just to add on to what you said in a couple sentences, in addition to everything you said, by saying things can be fixed, it also means you have free will.
That's true. Good point. Good point. That's right.
Otherwise, it's deterministic that they can be fixed. I mean, can implies will, right? It implies choice.
That's right. Good point. A lot of inconsistencies.
I would agree. It was real tough until she started really being consistent with her own views. That inconsistency really tore it apart. Her stance just absolutely dissolved after that. I would have loved for him to have just asked about criminal activity, about should people go to jail then? Should they make it right? What about punishment? Should God punish evil? Those sort of questions I think would have cut down to the quick on her. So I would definitely give it to Jordan. Let's see what the live chat has to say here. Live chat. And it looks like, wow. Okay.
Well, I think that most of the votes, I think the problem is a lot of people voted right away, and they were probably still had the previous one in their mind when they voted.
Maybe.
They may have seen it while they were 5 minutes behind or 2 minutes behind, and it opened up. Because I think that's the only way it makes sense. And I did notice that there was like 13 or 14 votes within like a minute. So I think that's what happened.
So there is one last section that we will go ahead and I think we should do. It's where Jordan Peterson picks one of the atheists to come up and have a discussion with him on one other topic.
Nice.
So I think that would still be valuable for us to hit. I just checked to see if that's really what happened, and that is. But before we hit that, real quick here, Jack Ray has something to say. Jack Ray says, we won't make the goal. Oh, no. Well, I'll be honest with you. I didn't really make the goal with any intent of you guys actually being able to make it. It would have been fantastic, but that was like the highest you could put. And again, the time limit was a bit of a pain. So let's go ahead and spin it and see what you get. Around it goes. Will it be spin?
No way.
Yeah, as a favorite. Okay, 2 it is.
Confetti again.
And confetti.
Oh, no.
Now, there are actually 2 of them, and I think you hit both of them.
Oh, no.
There's 2 on opposite sides. So you got confetti on this side, and then you've got confetti on this side as well. So there's actually 2 of them. Confetti. That one's right next to the
Yeah,
spin
I'm going to take back my rigged thing or my unbalanced thing because I think there is actually only like 6 or so different choices. So it's not actually surprising that we're getting different things. Or the same things.
Yes, I plan on expanding that later on. But until then, we have our confetti to hit. So 1, 2. There we go.
Nice.
Look at that. I have got quite a disaster to fill up, but he's not the only one. Number 10 has just come in. Well, actually, it came in beforehand, but I didn't get to it till now. Here we go. The goat.
Goat.
Pull up the goat. If I can find him underneath all this confetti. There we go. So with that, I would definitely say that, yes, Jordan Peterson won that one. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one, and I will try to put it in afterwards. Do remember, maybe, when should I put the poll up? Maybe towards more the middle?
Yeah, probably like the middle.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So then you guys get more of a time just to sample, because you guys really need to, I would like for there to be an honest sampling from them and not just assume, well, they're being an idiot or he's being an idiot or vice versa. So here we go. So he will pick. Now, that was not, just to tell you, that was not 20 people who talked to him. That was more like 13, according to my number.
Yeah, well, I definitely saw some audience reactions that definitely never talked to him. So I guess some people, they got him in here, and then they had to sit there for probably 2 hours and didn't get to say a word, which is really sad.
Or there are other topics that weren't picked because it wasn't as good. I don't know.
That's true. Some of them just came to take notes. I saw a couple of them with books.
Yeah, there was one guy who came up, I think, last time with like a notebook and everything. He's got like everything documented. He's like looking back at his notes. I thought that was actually really cool. I don't remember if I thought he did a good job or not, but I thought at least him taking notes was cool.
He definitely might have been one of the 4 winners. I know he did. I remember he did pretty well. I don't remember for sure what we voted though.
Okay, let's go ahead and hit this then. So he's got a pick out of
I
them.
picked Zina because I think she asked genuine questions and wasn't trying to win.
Now, I do want to say, I agree with his analysis. I don't think she was trying to. I think she was giving an honest, and in fact, I know that she was one of the ones that we said actually won. She was driving it the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Peterson took a back seat to her driving it.
That's awesome.
So
I respect him
That's
for
interesting that he picked one of the ones that we definitely said that won. I think she might have had the best of anyone, if I remember right. Actually,
I would say so. I think she was the best out of all of them. So
I'm
Hello
excited to see
again.
it.
My claim is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended us to use.
Okay.
well, she won.
So,
She won.
He won. He won.
the panel, do you agree with her? Yes or no?
All right, guys, put the votes in. Put the votes in. We don't need to wait until
I'm not
halfway.
putting the panel up. We got to see how they actually discuss this. But yes, I would agree with her that no, it doesn't. But it's kind of funny that, okay, so now we're having an atheist and an agnostic or whatever Jordan Peterson is discuss what we Christians believe.
Mm-hmm.
This is an example, in my opinion, of the blind leading the blind.
Well, you know, that first guy would say, there is no intended framework. No one knows what the Bible... And he'd spend the next 10 minutes saying, we can't know anything about what the Bible means. That guy was the worst. Well, okay, probably second worst, because there was also the guy that just got up there and was like, answer me whether you're a Christian or not.
It's so stupid, dude. That is such like a low brain. It's not even an argument. It's not even an argument. Like, so stupid.
No. And I guess we'll evaluate at the end if this ruined Jordan Peterson's career, which is the question that was on the thumbnail.
I mean, of course it did.
It seems to be what everyone else was sharing. And yes, I would agree, Danny was the worst, which was the guy who was just up there for the soundbite. And he's got his own not Christian, but his own YouTube channel as well. So he thought himself something big, which, really came off as just being an arrogant jerkwad. But I'm interested to hear her perspective on this.
Hey,
in
if he
regards to the
converts
way
to
that you
Islam,
interpret the Bible,
like,
I don't
converts in quotes, pretends to convert, he's perfect.
Yeah,
the Muslims will love him. All you got to do is be arrogant and and they think you won.
He's already got that down.
That's all it ever takes, dude.
He's already arrogant.
That's all it ever takes.
see. You have said in some circumstances that there's not a way to kind of say whether or not ontologically the historical claims made by the Bible are true. Like, for example, the story of Cain and Abel. You've said that this story is like a meta-truth in the sense that it exists all throughout time culturally. And the way that you define meta-truth, I don't see a distinction between that and like a metaphor, right? But and you also say that you cannot say whether this story was true. You can say that it exists eternally, metaphorically, but you can't say that it's true. And if you can't say that there are historical facts being said in the Bible as stories that weren't really said with much ambiguity, how can we say that we can understand the Bible in the way that it's meant to be interpreted? Like, if you cannot make any claims about these stories, right? You don't know whether they're true or false. How do you know that your interpretation is the correct way?
Nice.
So
Before he answers, I will say her question is very good. Her example is actually very bad, though.
Yeah,
because there is a legitimate debate whether the early stories of Genesis are intended to be read as history. That is a legitimate debate. So she should have picked a different example that, no one would reasonably say is intended as metaphor, something like Exodus.
Sure, like the Joshua conquest narratives. Yeah, exactly. Or Exodus. That's good.
But other than that, it's a very good question. I'm very interested in how he'll answer it.
Yes, so far, she's doing a good job. Fantastic. And I'd say this is one of Jordan Peterson's follies because he believes everything's just metaphorical, not the actual event. Just like he thinks that it's just inspiration that caused Noah in the story to do his thing.
Yes, inspiration.
Of adventure, of survival, whatever it was.
Worrying about the world ending.
Yeah.
He's just a doomsday prepper, guys. That's all Noah was, according to Jordan Peterson.
And all the same ones today. Same inspiration, same story.
Ask intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. What do they say? By their fruits, you'll know them.
Okay.
Right. Well, so one of the things I look at is the impact of what I'm doing. Right. And so I know a lot of evangelical Christians, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox Christians, a lot of people from other faiths. And they've told me, like many of them, that they found my interpretations very helpful and that it deepened their faith. And so that's interesting because I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. And I've also talked to thousands of people who've told me that they came to understand the foundational stories of their culture better as a consequence of listening to me, and that they did everything they could to sort out their lives and that it worked.
technically, it's not a good thing if you deepen someone's faith in a false doctrine.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah.
a false narrative. That doesn't actually. That's not a good thing. That being said, you're just using personal stories here. You're using anecdotes.
Well, okay, so he did say a variety of people, including evangelical Christians. I think that, in a sense, that could easily be true, right? Even if you believe it's history, right? Even if you believe it's history, and Peterson explaining like these deep meanings behind the story, while he doesn't believe it's history, that could still deepen your legitimate faith. So I don't think that, what he's saying is false, but it also doesn't actually address her claim, which is that it's not the way it was intended to be read. It doesn't really matter if it has results, right? Having results doesn't mean that was the intention behind it.
That's exactly what I was going to comment on. I was just talking with somebody about this just yesterday, actually. Some people have a pragmatic view of truth, and so you'll know what's true by what works. And then other people, most Christians, have a correspondence view of truth, which means whatever corresponds with reality, that is true, right? So, I have siblings. Well, does that correspond with reality? Do you actually have siblings? And I'd be like, yeah. And they would be like, oh, okay, that's true then, right? So that would be a correspondence theory. He just used a pragmatist theory of truth, right? What is true is whatever works the best. Whatever is true has, like, in my personal opinion, the most number of good outcomes. But that's not really like a meaningful view of truth. I know he tried to say that that's what the Bible teaches by saying, well, Jesus said you'll know them by their fruits. But that was actually about the spiritual fruits borne out. Mm-hmm. And I don't think Jesus would say that it is a good fruit to teach Muslims that their religion is deeper, right? Or Buddhists and Taoists or any other false religion, that there's like a deeper metaphysical truth in their religion. I would say that it'd be more fruitful if you showed them that they had something lacking, if you showed that their religion had something missing, if it was actually inconsistent or contradictory. I think that would be significantly more effective. So no, I'm not really following with what he's saying there. I'd even say that there's atheists I've met, and atheists I've watched who helped me to understand Christianity better. Right? That doesn't make atheism true. That just means that, they just helped me to understand Christianity better.
My wife recommended that I respond to some sort of short right here. Should react to this short from Ali when
Ali Beth Stuckey.
Yeah, when you're done.
From her previous comment.
Live here? Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
Took on what AP said. Are you saying do that live in this live stream or do it afterwards in something else? Live here. Okay, I will do that live here. I have no prep for that. Okay. That ought to be interesting, but we'll take that on afterwards. Let's go ahead and finish up what they have there. So
that's many different pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, Is it the same? There's a lot of approaches to biblical interpretation historically, and what I'm doing is possibly less new than you think.
Yeah, I want to make a claim on whether this evidence is enough, right, to substantiate whether or not your interpretation is going to, be more plausible, right? Be the most plausible, because in regards
it's an open question.
Yeah, right.
You bet.
So in regards to how we interpret the Bible and how we see the Bible, something can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can add value to someone's life. Interpretation can connect you to your conception of what your faith is. But if it's the quote unquote interpretation that God does not intend, that can lead to a plethora.
That's certainly the case. That's why the medieval Christians were so concerned about heresy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they felt, and that's why the Catholics objected so much to the Protestant Reformation, because they believed that the fractionation of Christianity would result in an indefinite fractionation, right? Well, and that's exactly what's happened.
Right.
So yeah, that's definitely a problem. I think one of the foundational principles, for example, there's a foundational principle in the Old Testament of hospitality, right? So what you want to do if you set up your local environment properly is to make it welcoming to people voluntarily. And so one of the ways you could judge the validity of the interpretation of a classic story is whether or not that interpretation might be regarded by someone as welcoming. Does that represent something you'd actually like to have if you were acting in your own interest in the long run?
Right, and we can talk about that. Like
What do you guys think of that interpretation?
She's asking all the right questions.
She is.
I don't know if he's given the right answers, though. I mean, he agreed that interpretation is important. Her original idea is your interpretation doesn't match what the Bible says. And then he says, well, you can see if it's valid by whether, I mean, he said it a different way, but basically the same thing, whether it works or not. Mm-hmm. And I still disagree with that. Right? I still disagree with what he's saying. Now, his example was a little bit better in that he's saying, he didn't say this, but I'm going to be generous and say this is what he intended to say. If the text says doing X creates a welcoming environment, and you do X, and then you survey the people, do you feel this is a welcoming environment? Then you could determine whether or not that was a correct teaching. And if you take it that way, then sure, that isolated example would be correct.
Sure.
But her claim isn't that the Bible, like you're misunderstanding the moral precepts of the Bible. Her claim is that you're reading the Bible in a different way than it was intended to be read, right? You're reading it, you're reading only one layer of meaning, right? You're only reading as there is only this, ethical principle guiding your life or whatever, when it intends to be read as history. Now that history teaches a moral principle, right? It has an ethical framework behind it, but you're kind of throwing out the primary surface level meaning of the text, which is what the author intends you to understand. I would argue that the human author mostly only expects you to understand that, right? They do expect you to understand that God's working through history, but they're recording history so that people can see how God is working. They don't necessarily understand where the story is heading, right? We do, right? And looking back on it, we understand what was going on in, say, the conquest. We understand what God was working towards, but we only understand that in the context of the cross, right? And understand of completion of the story. The original authors probably didn't understand it that way. Like they did in like some very general sense that they understood that God was working through history, but they were recording history for the purpose of you understanding how God was working, not for like teaching you how to be hospitable, right? That's not what they're doing.
There's significantly more goals in the scripture, and there's a significantly broader framework than just teaching you how to be hospitable. I think that she even responds correctly to him when she says, even if you found an interpretation that was beneficial for your personal value, like it gave you personal value, if it's not the one that God intended, then it's not the right thing. And I was like, that's great, because that's exactly what we were talking about before. That's a pragmatic view versus correspondence, right? It must correspond with God's desire, not with your personal axiological, like your value benefit that you get out of it. And this Zina girl, she's really good at kind of pulling out more of the Christian, like she actually is calling out how much Christians take seriously the interpretation of scripture and the framework more than Jordan Peterson is, which is really interesting. I'm surprised by that.
Now, just a reminder, when she was up here with the discussion, she was the one defining what Jordan Peterson meant by Christian, what Jordan Peterson meant by these different things. So she's done, first of all, she's done her research, which good, cool. You've done your research. You looked into what Jordan Peterson's actual stances are. And she was able to correct him on even that earlier on. Again, I don't think Jordan Peterson's really grasping or being able to defend his perspective very well. Sure, some perspectives might be beneficial, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Exactly.
Just because you might get something beneficial out of it doesn't mean that it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Truth is absolute.
Yeah.
Protect you from fear might be another one.
Exactly. So we can talk about like how these interpretations of the Bible, like if they kind of resonate with us. And I think, but I do, and I think that can in some case be some kind of like evidence, oh, this might be true, but I think we need to ask, is this evidence damning, right? Is this evidence certain, right? So, but I do want to look at, again, the consequences and our understanding of this interpretation once more. So we look at, again, the story of Cain and Abel, and we say, yeah, so I believe this is a meta-truth. I believe that this story is resonant throughout cultures. That is all true and dandy, and I'm sure that there is in some way, the story was put in here for the reason, right? To tell us about, fights between brothers. But also, you can't say I do know or I don't know that this story is false or true in an ontological, historical sense, as a historical fact. Were there two people like that were specifically referenced?
Okay, I don't think that's knowable, but I'm not sure why it matters to you.
So the reason why it matters to me is because we need to know how we should interpret the things that the Bible says, and the things,
many ways.
Right, but like if we
many ways. It counts on what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, many stories have many ways of interpreting them, right? But if you mean one story has many ways of interpreting it, then that's nonsense.
Exactly. I think that's actually quite dangerous because actually the fact that he said that is kind of evidence for her prompt, right? His framework is probably not what the Bible intended. I think the Bible has like multiple layers of interpretation, but to say there's different ways as in, well, it's historical. Also, it's not historical. Also, it's symbolic. Also, it's a meta truth about the warring of brothers in some sort of internal hierarchical substrata, blah, 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 a bunch of Jordan Peterson words. Like, I'm like, I don't know if that many angles was ever intended when Moses was compiling the Torah. I think, again, there's different layers, but I don't know if you want to go with that many quote unquote angles, because some of those angles are contradictory. They're opposite in their claims.
Now, I will say that if you're talking about Adam and Eve, it is fundamentally unknowable whether that's a historical event or not. Right?
Sure.
He's correct about that. Yeah. But we're talking about Christianity. The foundational story of Christianity is not Adam and Eve. The foundational story is the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. And that is analyzable from a historical standpoint. It either is history or isn't history. Right? It's either made up, a lie, or it's true. There is no other option when it comes to the foundational event of Christianity. It is a very testable event. The Garden of Eden by nature is untestable because it's, if it's true, there's literally only two people in existence. There's not going to be any historical evidence of that left, right? Yeah. Just like you and I, there'll be no historical evidence of us in 100 years. Or, at least not enough historical evidence to draw a conclusion about, right? So someone in 100 years said, did this person exist? And like, well, there's a census record. Well, the census record could be mistaken or whatever. Yeah. But that's not the case for the death and resurrection of Jesus. That is analyzable from a historical event. And I would suggest that it's the single best documented historical event from ancient history. Now, if you want to say like the inauguration of the president in January of this year, yeah, there's more documentation for that, sure. But understand what I'm saying, right? For the time period in which it takes place, it is the best documented historical event. And for Peterson to act like, it's all the same, right? Garden of Eden, death and resurrection of Jesus is all the same, is to, again, do like a category failure here, where he's saying like everything must be interpreted in exactly the same way. And that's not how Christians understand the text. And it's not how the authors intended you to write the text. Luke tells you exactly how he intends you to understand the text he's writing, right? In his introduction to the gospel, he says that I've interviewed eyewitnesses. I've compiled all the historical facts. I've done all this so that you may know the truth, right? So you may know what happened historically speaking. That's the way you're supposed to understand the text. It's not debatable. So Peterson is 100% not treating the text the way it's intended to be treated.
So that definitely seems to be the case. Real quick here, a couple comments. I'm going to ask David S for his opinion on this. So we have a gentleman here who says that someone can be an agnostic atheist.
Yeah. So it depends on which like philosophical framework you're going for. For some reason, some people say that atheist is your, belief, your rejection of the claim that God exists, and then other atheists will say, well, it's not that I reject the claim that God exists, but I say that there's insufficient evidence that God exists or something. So some people would say I'm an agnostic atheist, which means I don't know if there is a God, but I believe there is no God, right? That's what they'll say. So one is about like what they know, and the next one is about what they believe. I don't really know if that's like a worthwhile distinction, in my personal opinion, because I'm like, all right, well, I would actually say that I have sufficient evidence to say that there is a God, right? Because that same Grimlord was talking to the Seidel one and saying, oh, well, everyone's agnostic. And I'm like, well, no, because I can say that I have sufficient reason to believe that there's a God. So I can be a theist. I believe there is a God, but also say that I'm not agnostic in the sense that I don't know, like blanketly, because agnostic means too much for too many different people. I would say I have very good reason, near certainty, to say that there is a God and that the probability is in that direction. Yeah, you could say that one can be an agnostic atheist.
I mean, sure, you can redefine the terms.
If you totally redefine the term, then you could say, all right, agnostic is what I believe, or I'm sorry, agnostic is what I know, and atheist is what I believe. So I don't know if there is or isn't a God, but I don't believe there is one. So if you redefine it with really modern terms that are very unfair, then sure, you can use that phrase.
I mean, anyone can use whatever phrase they want. They can say whatever they want. But I really don't understand why people are obsessed with redefining terms.
I don't know.
There's a guy earlier in the chat who was obsessed with saying that he was a Gnostic Christian. I'm like, you reject core Christian beliefs. You keep telling me you reject core Christian beliefs. Why are you obsessed with taking the term Christian instead of just saying you're a Gnostic?
Yeah, exactly.
Why are agnostics obsessed with taking the term atheist?
Atheism, weird, right?
It's bizarre. An atheist, in a classical definition that was fine for 100 years, and in the last 20-ish years, people have somehow decided is not a valid definition. But the classical definition is an atheist is someone who asserts the statement there is no God.
Exactly.
Right? They assert the positive statement there is no God. And an agnostic is someone who says I don't believe there's a God because there's insufficient evidence, or I'm unsure what the position is. And you have degrees of agnosticism, and you have terms for different degrees of agnosticism. Like a hard agnostic says it's impossible to know whether or not a God exists, right? So why this obsession with taking terms that have precise definitions and confusing things by using them in a different way? I don't get it. It's just a term, and the use of the term is in how people understand it.
Exactly.
And if you just confuse everything by making every word mean the same thing, then you can't have a conversation without first spending 10 minutes defining what you actually believe. Exactly. Use the terms the way and precise ways instead of like trying to say I'm everything.
Yeah,
guys, I'm an agnostic, atheist, Christian, deist, Buddhist.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, what the heck?
It's also just not helpful for conversation. I legitimately think at the academic and philosophical level, this distinction is just not helpful, because the general understanding of agnostic is, I don't believe there's sufficient evidence to say, one way or the other, right? There's some sort of like kind of 50-50 split, or there's like other different levels, as you said. But if the atheist decides to take the one that, by the way, Graham Oppie and Alex O'Connor would not accept, okay? Alex O'Connor and Graham Oppie and like higher level atheists would not accept this new definition. Graham Oppie actually says that an atheist should be properly defined. He's one of the best atheist scholars and philosophers in the world, by the way. He says atheism should properly be defined as a rejection, an active rejection of the claim that God exists, right? So it's an active rejection. It's not just saying, I don't believe there is a God. You're saying, I believe there is no God. I am asserting a claim. It's not, because some atheists say, well, I'm not asserting a claim. I'm just saying I don't believe. And a lack of belief isn't a claim. But atheism actually is asserting a claim in its historic sense, right? Otherwise, if there's no assertion, then you might as well just take the agnostic title and then not use the atheist one, because it's kind of damaging to intellectual discussion. So if you guys are trying to make the whole modification rearrangement, it's just not really that helpful. And I think it's better just to say, no, not that I don't believe in God, and that's an atheist, but I reject the claim that there is a God. I actively disagree with that claim. That's a much better usage for the higher level philosophers in atheism. Now, you can be a low level atheist who doesn't actually care about academic rigor. Most atheists are like that. That's fine. And perhaps most of the atheists in our comment section are. But if you actually care about intellectual academic thought, you would go with what Thaddeus was saying, which is, I actively reject the claim that there is a God. Or you would say, I claim there is no God. That is a much better atheistic position to take, because it makes conversation significantly more fruitful and meaningful.
Well, that's what we find when we do even a quick definition check on this. Is an atheist atheist is a person who does not believe in the existence of any gods. So saying, I don't believe in the existence of any gods. Okay.
Which is a
agnostic is someone who neither believes nor disbelieves in the existence of God or a higher power. That agnostic atheist is an oxymoron statement. It doesn't work. It contradicts each other by the definitions that are commonly accepted. Very simple. Now,
and then this one guy is claiming that literally every person is agnostic. So what he's saying is that no one can know anything for certainty. Okay, then why use the term at all if it has literally no meaning? It makes no distinction.
If it applies to everyone, this is actually well known. The word definition literally means definito, which means of limits or putting on limits. So if a word has no limit to its function, then it's actually a functionless term. The whole point of definition is
it means nothing.
Limit.
It tells you nothing.
Yeah, like if everything can be called this one thing, then that one thing kind of means nothing that's helpful. So that's what we're trying to say. Yes, trust me, I've seen enough in academic, atheistic, and agnostic literature. I know people redefine things for their own rhetorical and pragmatic benefit, okay? I get it. We all get it. The difference is we're just saying, in order to have more fruitful conversations, some of those, kind of distinctions you're trying to make just aren't always that helpful for you or for us in regards to coming to a better understanding of our own positions. And that being said, I would say that naturalism does collapse into agnosticism, but that's in my second book. So, it's fine.
So you have to get that book to understand his perspective on there.
That's
in
right.
other words,
that's right.
Now, again, my perspective might be different from these two gentlemen. I think anyone that is constantly redefining words is a moron. You need to go back to kindergarten because words matter. And if you are redefining words all the time, then no one can understand what on earth you're actually talking about. And then you can claim that you're this intellectual genius because you've got all these new definitions that no one else holds on to. In the end, all that means is you're a fool. That's it. Now let's get back to there was one other one, a claim that was made saying that the resurrection requires supernatural evidence because it is a supernatural claim. Can't be proven.
This is insane. This is insane because
the person say that there is evidence of it.
Yeah, but also, can you put that comment back up real quick? Because there's something fundamentally bad with it. Okay, look at this. So usually the common form of this, to help decide one out, the common form of this is the resurrection requires extraordinary evidence because it's an extraordinary claim. That's what you should have said.
I would agree.
Which I would almost agree with, but also I would say this: they disprove if they're being intellectually, genuine. Because look at how they finish this. They say cannot be proven. Well, now wait a second. If you're saying it cannot be proven in any sense, no matter what evidence is given, then you're rejecting the claim that it required supernatural evidence. Which means you don't care if there is any evidence because you've already presupposed that it cannot be proven. It would actually be better to start out agnostic about the prospect that it can or cannot be proven. I'm not sure. Let's look at the evidence and then come to a conclusion at the end of that. right? But when you assert at the very principled part of your claim, it cannot be proven, then you just disregarded the first part of your statement, which said supernatural events require supernatural evidence. That being said, I would say that there is supernatural evidence of a supernatural event, which would be the resurrection of Jesus Christ, as affirmed in the historical documentation about it. So yes, if that's your claim and you meant that, good job, we're on the same page. If you meant to say the thing that most atheists say, which is extraordinary events or claims require extraordinary evidence, define the word extraordinary, because it's an amorphous, abstract concept that usually boils down to a type of relativistic or subjectivist nonsense about what you define to be essentially necessary or fundamentally helpful to the conclusion that an event happened. But if you're the one making the definition for extraordinary evidence for an extraordinary claim, then it doesn't mean anything. What you need for an event is evidence. You need good evidence, evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't need extraordinary evidence, because you could say, oh, what's an extraordinarily unlikely event? The birth of me in my exact genetic composition. Out of all the different sperms that could have met with an egg at any point in my mother and father's life, a very specific sperm met a very specific egg. Now you could say, well, that's so likely. It's so extraordinary of an event, actually literally out of the ordinary. It's one out of like a couple, 100 million, given all the different things. If you take their parents and their parents, one out of a couple trillion. If you take that type of event, you could say the birth of me exactly as I am right now with my genetic composition is so unlikely, it's an extraordinary event. As a matter of fact, you could also say, you know what else is an extraordinary event? My birth. Because how many other human beings have been born who are exactly me? Zero. Besides me. There have been zero other human beings in the entirety of human history who are exactly me besides me. So that's an extraordinary event by all statistical and probabilistic understanding. Therefore, you should say, well, there must be extraordinary evidence for your existence then, because that's an extraordinary event. Fun fact, all you need is the fact that you see and experience to know that I'm real, and that's sufficient evidence. The whole claim of extraordinary events require extraordinary evidence. Just look at Inspiring Philosophy's video on this claim, number one. And number two, there actually is really good evidence coming out in some sort of the psychological Christian literature. Well-known Christian psychologist and philosopher is actually doing some work showing extraordinary claims like the resurrection do have extraordinary evidence. More than we would need for any other extraordinary event like my existence. So sorry, just whenever someone says something like extraordinary claims have need extraordinary evidence, I'm like, what do those terms mean? My existence is extraordinary from a statistical sense, but all you need to prove my existence is me. So I could just say the same about anything. That's just it's not a helpful claim. And that's what all three of us are trying to say. Certain things that y'all say, they're just not fruitful. Trying to redefine terms, it's not fruitful. Trying to use terms like supernatural or extraordinary, it's just not helpful. Sorry, I get on this rant because, you're 100%
correct, right? Without a definition, and apparently we can just define everyone to be agnostic, right? So I can just redefine every event to be extraordinary. And strictly speaking, every event is unique, right? Every event that ever happens, there's only one of it. I know, we know what you mean. But the problem is, without an actual definition of what counts as extraordinary evidence or extraordinary events, then how can we ever come to agreement? Because what's going to happen is no matter what I say, you're going to say that's not an extraordinary, right? You will readily agree that the resurrection is an extraordinary event, but then whatever evidence I supply, you'll say is ordinary.
That's right.
And this is why. Okay, I said I didn't know why, but I actually do know why there's an obsession over terms. Because this is I'm sorry, but the reality is the vast majority, not of actual atheists, right? Because random people on the street don't do this, but the vast majority of atheists who want to engage in these discussions and seek out Christians having a live stream and come in, all they really want to do is play a game where whatever you present, they reject. And they don't want to have any accountability or any burden of proof or anything on their side, right? They want to just sit there and reject everything you say, no matter what, and then say, you have no evidence, you're so stupid for believing in Christianity. And that's why there's an obsession over redefining terms. They want to say I'm an atheist because they do actually adhere to the principle of there is no God. But they recognize that would put burden of proof on them because they're making a positive claim. So they say, I'm an atheist, But I don't assert whether there's a God or not. I just lack belief in a God. So therefore, since I just lack belief, you can't put any burden of proof on me because I just don't know. Right?
Exactly.
That's where the obsession comes from.
Yeah.
Because you don't want any accountability because you're just playing a game. You have no actual interest in a legitimate discussion. And I get atheists on my streams all the time. My channel's focused towards outreach to Muslims, so I have very little patience for atheists. And I always do the same thing. I say, you establish the burden, right? You establish the standard, I meant. You establish the standard by which we can have a conversation, and they will never do it. They will never give me a standard. And I bet you, Grim Lord and Decide 801, neither of them will give me a standard as what counts as evidence either. Unfortunately, I have never found an atheist that's willing to give me a standard.
Exactly. And even worse, they say things like, is there any evidence outside the Bible that proves this claim? Actually, there is historical evidence for the historicity of Jesus Christ.
Well, why does it have to be outside the Bible? Why are you automatically rejecting the Bible as a source?
Yeah, again, that's presupposing the historical invalidity of the Bible, Grim Lord and Decide 1. And you can't just do that on the outset because you're presupposing the truth of your system and then claiming that we're erroneous for presupposing certain maxims about reality. But those same maxims about epistemology, the ability of, reality being intelligible, that's actually essential to reason in the first place, which atheism and naturalism fundamentally is not able to provide as a reasonable conclusion about reality. Look at Michael Ruse. Look at atheistic philosophers like Michael Ruse, in which he explains that you can't actually know reality as it really is. And there's really a lot of atheist philosophers who are honest enough to admit that, given a naturalistic and mechanistic framework. But because you are not able to think about your own philosophical assumptions sufficiently enough to see that you don't actually have the ability in your own worldview to reason about reality rightly, then you're actually going to our system to try to critique it while rejecting the fact that your system doesn't allow you to critique because you have no free will in your system to know and differentiate between reasonable and unreasonable, rational and irrational. In either case, if we focus on that any longer, we will never get done.
Yeah, I just want to make one other comment real quick here. So Decide 1 says, you have all the accountability and you feel like you have none of it responsibility. No, that's not my position at all. My position that is if two people are in a debate and they have a position, they both have equal responsibility to defend their position. That's actually my position. You're just projecting. That is actually the way you act, that you have no accountability to defend your position. And then you confirm it in the next statement by saying that you have the burden of proof for sure. You're the one making the claim that you know God exists. I am not claiming I know a God doesn't exist. It's okay to say you don't know, buddy. So you just exactly proved exactly what I said, that this is why you want to say, I'm an agnostic. I'm an agnostic atheist. You're an agnostic theist. Blah, 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 blah. You want to say that the Christian has all the burden of proof ever. You cannot even prove your own existence by your standard, right? Because you don't have a standard. You literally have no standard. As soon as evidence is offered, you'll just come up with a reason to reject that evidence. And then you'll say there is no evidence, which I can never take as a serious statement. Anyone who says there's no evidence, I cannot take as a serious statement. There is evidence for the truth of Mormonism. There's evidence for the truth of Islam. There's evidence for the truth of Hinduism, of Buddhism. There's evidence for the truth of anything, right? What the question isn't whether there is evidence or not. Anyone who says there's no evidence, I don't take seriously because they're just playing a stupid game. The question is whether the evidence is sufficient or not. A single person believing something is actually already evidence that it is true. It's just not sufficient evidence. And you won't establish a standard that gives sufficient evidence. And that's why I can't have a discussion, because I know you're playing a stupid game and you just actually confirmed it in your own statement.
Okay, let's continue on with the actual video, guys. Keep
Yep. Sorry.
on subject.
All good.
And do not degrade from the chat. Keep on topic as well. Let us know if you think the atheist won or Jordan won in this conflict here.
Sometimes poetry, sometimes history,
Well,
sometimes fact,
but for
sometimes
example,
metaphor.
The reason why it's important, right, very important, is because, for example, you can talk about something like God says, I believe it's like 1 Corinthians 15, 17, something about how belief in God specifically as someone who resurrected or as someone who died for our sins is important, right? But we have to look at, if we can interpret that as just like, you have to believe that God is a symbol of sacrifice. That is different from believing that there was an actual person named Jesus Christ who died on the cross for our sins. So if you believe one and not the other, that can be the difference between you going to hell and you going to heaven. So if we cannot make, like, we cannot say that we know whether or not certain historical facts in the Bible happen, like even as just like events, like, because the events matter, because again, God dying for our sins on the cross was an event. If we can't say that we know these things happened, these things did or didn't happen, this then leads us to kind of like the conundrum of how do we know what we are meant to believe, what the Bible intended for us to believe, and this can be very, very important to like our fate. Do you see what I'm saying?
I've got no disagreement with any of that. What sort of response do you want from that? You pushed me beyond the limits of my knowledge.
Really?
Well,
I think that's
there's so many.
But she's asking you,
That's awesome.
by what authority do you divide these two? Because you're saying that the supernatural ones don't count, as for, they're only metaphorical, where the historical ones, some of them are and some of them are just metaphorical. She's just asking you for what authority are you using, or what criteria are you using to be able to distinguish between the two? At least that's my understanding, and I would like to know that.
Yeah.
And if Jordan Peterson's answer, like he just gave, if he doesn't actually come up with something and just says, well, it's just my whims, would be the only thing I'd have to go down to. And I'm sorry, but that I wouldn't accept that from an atheist. I wouldn't accept that from an agnostic. I wouldn't accept that from a Christian. In fact, I'd probably come down harder on a Christian than I would anyone else. But I'd be very disappointed in Jordan Peterson if that's the best answer he's got.
Many things you can't know. I'm struggling. I know that the biblical stories are the foundation of Western culture. I know that the consequence of those stories has been the genesis of a society that is in the main freer and more abundant than any societies have ever been. I don't exactly understand the relationship between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing.
right.
But I don't know the answer to the question.
The answer is because they're actually true. The Bible is actually true. Jesus died on the cross and he rose again. You're seeing the outcome and you're saying, I don't understand how this outcome could happen based upon these stories because of some sort of hang up that you have that these stories can't be true. There's something that is stopping you from just saying these stories are true. And I'm seeing the outcome of these stories based upon what God promised in them. It's just a logical conclusion of it.
Questions that you're asking, you know, it's the case that forever when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described. When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time bound?
But what I'm saying is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us, again, if these historical events happened or not, that can be the deciding factor in if someone is like damned to hell for eternity or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why
I don't concern myself so much with that particular question. You know, like that would be something.
But that's the foundation of the things that you're saying you like. It's like saying, I like the fruit off of the top of this tree. It's really good. It's really juicy. I don't concern myself with the roots. I don't care about the roots. They don't matter. I can definitely have this fruit I just don't understand how I can get this tree with this fruit when the roots are like that. I just don't understand because the roots can't possibly be true. Yeah. And that's what it's really down to.
Yeah, I think he doesn't understand that, if there's such a real pragmatism, which is ironic because he says his interpretations are pragmatic, they're useful for people, they have real tangible effects. So then he says that as a possibility for trying to support his framework of interpretation. He says, well, my framework is potentially, it seems truthful because it's effective. But then when he talks about the Christian tradition, he says, well, it's effective. It bears all these fruits. I know that to be true. But I don't know why that's the case for the fruits. You know, like that's interesting. I think he's allowing for his own framework a charity or a benefit he's not actually giving to the rest of the Christian tradition.
Okay, seriously, I'm looking at the live chat for a second here. Grimlord, knock it off. Seriously, don't you tell people in my chat to go away.
Well, okay, I will say,
Jack
Grimlord's
actually,
case-
he said your God is gay, right? He
Yeah,
said your
yeah,
God
Jack-
is gay.
Jack Devon.
He
You're free
deleted
to
it, but-
you're free to your opinions, even if I disagree with them. But don't tell people to leave my live stream. That's not your place.
Sure, fair enough. Yeah.
He was acting like
Unless
John.
they're
was.
really like saying, I'm going to execute you or death
Or,
threats
you
and-
know,
That's a little
spamming porn sites or something.
Sure. Not again.
Okay,
Not
also
again.
not again. Okay, they
Ugh.
know what happened last time
Yeah.
that happened, and let's just say the Muslims have not decided to test me again.
Thank God.
This hat is more than just pretty.
Mhm.
Something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint, and I'm not putting that down, by the way. You're asking me a question I really can't answer.
Okay.
I'm not claiming even that my interpretations are canonically correct. I can only tell you the consequences of having released them into the world, let's say.
Right. So I guess we've kind of come to a conclusion about that, which I've kind of wrestled with your framework and pushed it kind of to its end, at least in the way that you can answer my question. So I don't know that we can more wrestle with that.
See,
topic,
I guess
but-
the problem is, you see, I don't exactly understand, I don't think anybody does, the relationship between fact and destiny. You know, well, they're different realms in a way, because knowing what the world is made of doesn't help you navigate through it. Not really. It doesn't provide you with a foundation for navigation. But knowing the facts of the world is obviously useful. And the relationship between those two things, part of that's the mystery of Western civilization and the continued competition between science and religion.
To bridge this kind of understanding.
There actually doesn't need to be competition between science and religion.
At all.
It's something that's been fabricated.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a false dichotomy.
Yeah. You have to actually
Definitely.
presuppose that the universe is intelligible and designed for human minds to actually be able to interpret it in order for science to be a reasonable field of knowledge. And the Christian tradition actually allows that, because we know we were made in the image of a God who's orderly and rational, and he made a universe that he designed for us to be able to interpret. So it would only be atheists who technically have an issue with science if they were intellectually consistent, because they don't presuppose that the universe is intelligible or rational, or that our minds are designed in any meaningful sense to interpret the universe in an intelligible and rational way.
Mm-hmm. And we actually know this from history, right? We know this from human history, that the intellectual position for all of human history basically was you can't actually really determine anything, because either it was in a religious context where there's multiple gods who have conflicting ideas and they're at war with one another, or because it's just random chance, it's just chaos, it's not predictable in any way. Like most of the creation stories, or myths if you prefer, are the gods organizing the chaos, right? The default, even in these religious systems, the default without the gods is chaos, right?
Exactly.
There is no order. The understanding of the purpose of gods or God is to create order out of chaos. And then you got these atheists who's like, order's just a given. I don't really care why there's order. But if you actually think about it, right? If you actually analyze it, the default should be no order. The default should be randomness. And in fact, the default actually should be nothing existed. But if something does exist, it should just be random, right? There shouldn't be order.
Yeah.
Random chance plus time doesn't give you order.
Yeah. It's still random.
Absolutely. And again, a question, wrong one because it updated. Question, I will go ahead and answer this. Asking if you were the one who deleted the comments. No, I did. I told you to keep on topic. And if you don't listen to me on my channel, you get timeout. He can come back later. He's not permanently banned or anything. It's just timeout. But that's the repercussions of not listening when we're trying to stay on this topic here.
Standing between fact and destiny is like an important question that the burden is on Christianity to answer, and specifically interpretations of Christianity. And if we can't do that,
Why is the burden on Christianity?
because it posits, right, that this interpretation, right, is going to be a way to understand God. But if it's faulty, right, that can
What
again.
evidence would you what evidence would you accept?
That would be an interesting question, because I haven't
Yeah, that is a
met.
good
I've seen
question.
people.
Yeah, very
Good,
timely.
good.
Very-
Good.
Yeah. 100%.
Those were a couple of good ones.
Good job.
Try to answer the
Jordan
question,
Peterson.
and I've never really been moved, because I can always attack, and then again kind of gets to this point where the answer is I don't know.
Well, here's an
Okay,
answer.
let's pause there. I'm sorry, that's time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the right.
Well, I definitely picked the right person.
Thank you.
That was very good.
Thank you so
Really,
much.
very good. I don't like talking to win, but there were portions of all the conversations that were truly productive, and that it's instructive for people to
No.
see the distinction between a debate that's aimed at local victory and dominance, let's say, even of ideas, and a discussion that's predicated on mutual exploration. And
Hold on here. It says that the video. Someone said the
No,
video pause.
He means he paused it. I asked him.
Ah.
So he keeps insisting, after you pulled up the comment, he keeps insisting that I blocked the other guy, which I did not. And I
Well,
keep
they
telling
didn't
him I
block him
didn't do
anyway.
it, and he keeps insisting that I must have done it. So I asked him if his volume's off or something, and he said, no, I got the video on pause. So he's admitting that he's not engaging with us.
Okay,
anymore.
how can you even be part of the conversation, part of the live stream, if you just pause the video for an extended? Because that was quite an extended period of time. Because I waited to respond to that one.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So let's do the conclusion, then we can listen to him. I do disagree. I say that there definitely were quite a few conversations that were not productive.
Mhm.
That were just, I want to get sound bites.
Yep.
That being said, what are your guys' grasp on the last conversation? And primarily, ask you the same question that I asked them. Did Jordan Peterson lose or win this discussion?
I can start
What
with
are you
this
guys'
one.
thoughts?
I can start with this one, and then Thaddeus can conclude. I think that this was one of the most interesting and formative questions and conversations, because it really gets at the heart of why Jordan Peterson is not able to address a lot of these more fundamental questions, because he's not willing to submit to, some of the more like consistent, like ontological, so like real existing historical understandings of scripture. And aside from that, I actually think, though, the ending was really important, because then Jordan Peterson starts to finally push back and says, well, what kind of evidence would it take, though? And then she even says, hey, you know what? This is kind of tough admittedly, to see the connection between fact and destiny. She actually admitted to, like, okay, yes, this is how the world is. That doesn't mean this is the way that the world should go. So she accepts that as a real thing, but she says it's on Christians to explain why. And he said, well, why would Christians need to do that? She says, because they're asserting that they have an explanation, and so they have to explain why. And he's like, well, what evidence would be enough? And she's like, well, I'm not really sure, mostly. So I actually thought that was one of the most productive responses at the very end there from Jordan Peterson. Obviously, I would say that from a very real sense, and this was a very intelligent young lady, she definitely won that discussion. She definitely did. But also at the end there, I think he really got at something that hopefully we'll leave with her at the end, which is, it doesn't matter. Like, the whole burden of proof thing only happens in like debates formats that are formal with a formalized structure. But the whole burden of proof thing doesn't apply. It's just like a helpful framework for allowing a debate to go smoothly. But in real life, in actual conversations with people, there's no like burden of proof in normal everyday conversation, right? J. Warner Wallace talks about this in his Cold Case Christianity and Forensic Faith books. He says, when you have two investigators who go into the room and one of them is claiming that, they see a dead body on the ground, and one claims that person was murdered, and the other one says, well, I don't think so. And the one says, well, why don't you think so? And he says, I don't have to prove why I don't think the person was murdered. You're the one who claimed that the dead person on the ground was murdered. Therefore, it's your burden of proof to prove it. And J. Warner Wallace says, no, both investigators are on equal grounds in the same room with the same dead body. They both have to give evidence for their claims. Both of them, right? So that's how real life is. And I think that, that little pushback from him at the end there was kind of helpful. And I understand her reasoning, but I really think that's important, right? You can't just use the quote unquote burden of proof thing outside of like formal debate sessions and settings. And even then, the whole debate of proof of, burden of proof thing is only in like very specific types of debates where that's agreed upon beforehand. That actually has to be like agreed upon fact beforehand. Like, you're going to be asserting this, I'm going to be the side that's negating it, and that's how this is going to go. So I think that's very important, to understand that burden of proof is really like a specified use in debate formats, and it's not something that we just throw out willy-nilly. So, again, that's in formalized debate settings. In real life, you don't just, go throughout your life with no set of claims or assertions. Even the way you live and the kind of worldview you have is a type of claim. It is a type of lived out claim. In a certain sense, it is what Jordan Peterson before, an embodied truth. So everything is a statement. Everything is a claim. And therefore, everything has a burden of proof.
Mm-hmm. And that's why this ends up just being a stupid game, right? I've asked Grimlord here. I know he won't hear me because he already admitted he's not watching the video. But I asked him multiple times for a standard. And instead of providing a standard, he just goes, show me your God. Show me your proof. Show me your evidence. Show me your standard. Tell me what your standard is. He asked me for proof that my God exists, and I said, establish a standard which you would accept as proof. And the reason he won't give me one is because it's a game. He won't give me a standard because if he gave me a standard, I might or might not be able to meet it. But as long as he doesn't give me one, he can just reject anything I say. And that's what the burden of proof thing always boils down to. It's a stupid game. No one would act this way in real life, as you said, right? No one would be like to their spouse and be like, I'm going to the grocery store and picking up some stuff. Oh, you got to prove that you went to the grocery store.
Prove it.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to establish the truth of something, of anything, and two people disagree about it, then they both have an obligation to defend their position. I say that chocolate is the best flavor, and you say that vanilla is the best flavor. Well, I mean, we could agree to disagree, obviously. But if we really want to debate it, then we both have a burden, right? We both have to explain why the other flavor sucks or whatever. Or something more objective. I am a better student. But still somewhat subjective, but there's at least something objective behind it. I'm a better student. No, I'm a better student. Well, you claimed you were a better student, so I just get to sit here and prove and reject anything you bring. I have straight A's. So what? Lots of people have straight A's. What are your grades? My grades don't matter. Your grades are insufficient to prove you're a good student. Right? It's dumb. It's just plain dumb. Mm-hmm. Do you really think this is how you derive truth? Of course you don't. You would never apply this to anything else. He even admitted to me that he uses a different logic, his words, right? Different logic when it comes to God than anything else. There is only one logic, right? There is only actual logic. But he says, I use different logic when analyzing whether God exists or not. That's why everyone's an atheist, because it's impossible to prove.
Mm-hmm. True.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna have to leave in like 3 or 5 minutes or something.
Well, we just have one short video after this, and we're almost done with this. It's got less than a minute left, and then we've got that one clip video, and then we will close on out after that. But real quick here, vote. Who won? What's your thought? Let's start with David S.
Oh yeah, if you're just saying this very last one, then definitely that young atheist girl.
Yep, I agree.
I have she's wonderful. That was very well done. She did a great job, pretty consistent, very cutting. Great. She did awesome.
So let's see here. I would say the same. I'd say Jordan Peterson definitely lost that one. She was right on her claim, and Jordan Peterson literally could not refute that.
At all.
There's no way he could, because it was definitely not the original intent of the Bible. How he's interpreting it is not the intent of the authors. So in the chat would agree, say lose. Fantastic. Cool. Let's go ahead and end that one. We'll play this out real quick and then go on over to the video that Al wanted us to review, which is just a short. so it should be real quick.
Establishment of like a harmonious understanding and peace.
Jordan Peterson, out of all of the kind of theists that are on the internet, he is one of the better ones in regards to just like being genuine as a person. But I do feel like he does a lot of, I guess, wordplay that can make it a little bit difficult and kind of just muddies the waters in regard to what we define as Christianity and atheism.
Jordan Peterson.
Real quick, I kind of agree with her analysis of Jordan Peterson. A lot of times it seems that he's just mudding the waters. They're not actually answering directly.
And I credit to turning me into an atheist. I had a blast talking to him today. I think if the average person followed what Jordan Peterson said, they'd realize that fundamentally Jordan Peterson is not a Christian, in fact, uses many atheistic principles, and operated under bad faith by seeming to forget what basic words meant when he didn't want to answer a question.
Asking you to define something doesn't mean that he doesn't understand what basic words mean. I would disagree on that. I'd say that he's just trying to understand that even if you are using words, sometimes you're not using them correctly.
True.
We've already established that even in this live stream, that there are people that will misuse words. So I would disagree on that. And I disagree again. He's saying that, well, anyone that listens to what he's saying will realize that he's not a Christian. No one is making that claim. Maybe Jubilee's making the claim, but no one that knows Jordan Peterson is making that claim. Not even Jordan Peterson himself. And in fact, he was pretty clear that he wasn't even answering that question, which if you're a Christian, you need to answer that question. You need to answer honestly with it. So
definitions can kind of shift a little bit depending on the moment. And I think that he wasn't afraid to flex that definitional muscle.
And I felt really good about our conversation. I thought that it highlighted some key issues in Jordan Peterson's theology. I hope he reflects on these issues and maybe deepens his perspective on them in the future.
With Zina,
okay, hold up. Like, you know, you do have to have you got to be humble enough to be like, I also learned some things, or maybe I could also learn from this conversation.
Nah, never. You can't be an atheist.
So far, even the people that I said did the best, that's not what they're saying.
Yeah, there's just like a lack of like epistemic humility, and I feel like that's damaging, especially when you have someone who went off topic so many times. I don't know. That just seems very, very not humble. I don't know about that.
It leads to the ability not to be able to correct your own stupidity.
Sure.
And definitely with some of these people here, how they handle things, you know what? They didn't go there to learn. They didn't go there to have a conversation. Because if you have a conversation, there is an opportunity to learn. And even in the conversations I've had with Muslims, I have learned things. Might not be what they intended me to learn, but I learned things about myself and about what they believe and where their stances are. If for nothing else, then actually just understanding where they're coming from. It doesn't seem like they're actually desiring to do that. So I'd say that they're acting in bad faith in that way.
Able to build up such a rapport that he chose her in the end, and they were able to have an extended dialogue, which is something I had hoped for. So maybe I learned a little something from Zina about being more cordial.
It's extraordinarily useful to be able to model.
Okay. Correction. He said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not from Jordan Peterson, but from Zina, the nice young lady at the end.
From Zina, the nice young lady at the end. It seems like Jordan Peterson might be wrapping it up here for this one.
Debate and conversation for people, and see how my thoughts were landing with people who are particularly skeptical, and to put that in front of a large audience and to assess the consequences.
Okay, so that's the end there. Let me go ahead and switch over to the short. Is there any other closing statements you guys have on that video before we switch on over to the other one?
Nope. I think that, Peterson is not a representative of Christianity. At all. So, but that's on Jubilees, right? That's on Jubilees. They misrepresented what the thing was to the public and to the atheists. I doubt very much they told Jordan Peterson what they're planning on doing, right? It's framing this as 20 atheists versus 1 Christian, because there's no way he would have agreed to that. He doesn't like to be labeled Christian. He does have values similar to Christianity, right? He is friendly to Christianity, but he doesn't like to be labeled as such. And he certainly would not want to agree to a discussion where he's the defender of Christianity against atheism, right? So I think they missold it. They misrepresented him, but I think he showed humility, right? He showed grace. He showed his lack of knowledge of Christianity in places, and he did dodge some questions, right? He did dodge from time to time, but none of the atheists, at least the ones that they chose to highlight there in the end, which wasn't all of them, right? There might have been others that said nice things, but none of the ones they chose to highlight. Yep. None of the ones they chose to highlight there had any acknowledgement of this being anything but a game to them, really, right? Oh, we destroyed him. He was humiliated. I mean, they didn't say those exact words, but they might as well have. He needs to learn from this experience. Okay. Maybe you need to learn too, right? Maybe you need to face some humility. Maybe you need to have a deeper understanding of the issues behind this, of, Peterson's actual position, instead of just being like, Christian bad, Christian stupid, atheist smart, atheist good. So that's my thoughts on it. I think that really the only thing that I have a strong complaint with is Jubilees. Right?
Yeah, me too.
I think that they set this up in such a way that it was impossible to have a legitimate exchange.
Yeah, true. Also, I like Ali Bestucky. I'm excited to see how she would respond. She's got a cool podcast. Relatable.
So this is my wife's suggestion. So let's go ahead. I actually haven't seen anything she's got, so I don't know her perspective or anything about this. So let's go in blind.
Mm-hmm.
Or not. Here we go.
And what makes someone not a Christian? What makes like that's what I'm trying to figure out, because
That's a good question.
yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstance.
Okay, so she goes on.
Okay, so that's what she's going to pull out of this, and yeah, that's absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and see what her perspective is on this.
On to say that she doesn't think you can get that definition of Christian, what Jordan Peterson just articulated, from the Bible, and that anyone could orient their lives in that way without being a Christian. And she is correct. The truth is that being self-sacrificial does not matter. I mean, spiritually, eternally at all. Unless you believe Jesus is who he says he is, God.
Okay.
And that he died for your sins and rose from the dead. Lots of people are self-sacrificial who are not Christian. Christianity is a faith. It is a faith. It is not a set of rules. Faith is something you believe. Hebrews 11:1. Now, faith is the assurance of things hoped for. Think about that. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Galatians 3:24 says that we Christians are justified. We are made right, made righteous before God by faith. We are justified by our faith. It's about who actually believes it. And the work will follow true faith and true belief, but it is the faith given to us by God's grace that justifies us.
What makes someone...
Yeah.
Nice. Amen.
Well said. I agree.
I agree too.
Pretty basic, straightforward. That should have been Peterson's answer. And I think they would have had a better conversation if that was Peterson's answer.
Sure.
But again, Peterson isn't a Christian, so I wouldn't expect him to be able to say that. And for him to be put in this perspective, not very well done.
Yeah.
By the people there.
So, Decidal One got mad at me for saying he doesn't represent Christianity. So I said he doesn't even call himself a Christian. So why would he represent Christianity? And then as proof that he calls himself a Christian, he says, Jordan Peterson has said he's not a traditional Christian. He's not a Christian. Means he's not a Christian, right? Throwing the word in traditionally doesn't negate the not. It doesn't saying I'm not a traditional Christian doesn't mean I am a Christian.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's ruling out one thing, but he's not telling you what he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be consistent with him saying that, I have ideas that are compatible with Christianity, but I'm not really a Christian.
Mm-hmm. Because he has
or
a
I don't
different
consider myself a
definition.
Christian.
He does have a
whatever.
different definition for Christian. His definition for Christian is almost comparable in a generic sense to, actually, he even explains it. I don't even have to talk about his cultural Christianity thing. In the debate, he straight up said, if you assent to or take inspiration from the ethical teachings or general meaning and beliefs of a faith system, you could call yourself, a Christian. If you take from the beliefs of Christianity, some. And then the atheist guy that we were just watching like an hour or something ago, the atheist guy said, well, you take inspiration from Taoism and Buddhism, right? And we all agreed like, oh, that was a good response from the atheist guy. If that's Jordan's definition, Jordan Peterson's definition, being a Christian is just taking inspiration from Christian ethics, then sure, right? Then we would say that most secularists, most atheists are Christians, but we wouldn't say that because that's not our definition of Christian or Christianity. So the issue with Decide 01 is, yes, Christian is the one who accepts Jesus as their savior. Jordan Peterson is not a Christian because in this video, he doesn't define it the way that you did, Decide 01, and the way that we do. A Christian is one who accepts Jesus as their personal Lord and Savior, as God in the flesh, right? He defines Christian as someone who takes inspiration from Christian ethics. So thank you, Decide 01. You're exactly right. You just showed, by showing the correct definition of Christian, that Jordan Peterson does not have that definition. Again, another reason why it's so unhelpful when people change definitions, but that's perhaps besides the point. So I'm going to have to head out just because I know my door's open and my wife's trying to go to sleep.
You want to, before you go, do you want to plug anything? Do you want to say anything?
Yes.
Before you go.
For sure. I would
then
love to. I'm always telling people to check out my first book, Sleepy Seminarian, Eclectic Essays 1. It is on Amazon. And so if you want to learn a very, very introductory evaluation and introduction into seminary essays, eclectic essays of a seminarian, some of the different topics that are really important in seminary right now. This first one is out on Amazon, so you can get it as an ebook or a paperback, which is cool. And if you want to wait until the next book, that should be out maybe, God willing, in a month or two. That one will be significantly more rigorous. That one's on God, atheism, and beauty. So that one will be responses to 3 well-known sets of atheists. The first essay is a response to Michael Roos. Second one is a response to famous atheist Paul Draper. And the third one is actually a collection of responses to various atheists from throughout atheistic philosophical history. So that's that. And if anybody wants to check out my Instagram or my YouTube, it's Be the Iron, because we're all called to sharpen each other. So that's what I would say there. Go ahead and check out my channel on YouTube or my Instagram so you can watch more content about philosophy, epistemology, and the truth of Christianity.
So here you go. How do you know your wife's about to go to sleep? Prove. You provide 10 pages of peer-reviewed evidence.
I forgot I made a claim.
I'm gonna have to agree with disagree with Nako here. He established a standard. If you provide 10 pages of peer-reviewed evidence, that'd be sufficient.
Oh, that's
what he
great.
should have said is, "How do you know your wife's about to go to sleep? I'll give no standard whatsoever.
That's
Whatever
right.
you offer, I will reject." That's what he should have said.
Exactly, because that's much more simple for a lot of people because they don't have to deal with an actual standard, so they can make it up on the spot. That being said, Nako's right. I did make a claim, and as we know, for all normal functioning human beings, I have a burden of proof because I made a claim. Like I, for instance, looked at the calendar, and then I was like, tomorrow is going to be Monday. And then, of course, my wife in the morning is going to be like, how do you know that it's Monday? You have to give me the proof. And I show her the calendar, and she'll say, well, that's not a sufficient standard of evidence. That could be a false calendar, or we can have eyes that were evolved to have false and misleading understandings of visual stimuli.
Exactly.
And I was like, ooh, just like Michael Roos in his paper. That's interesting. That's what a lot of atheist philosophers say. We have erroneous faculties of reasoning and sensory input, so we can't really know reality in a naturalistic setting. And I would agree with those atheistic philosophers. That is what naturalism teaches. But I know a lot of the atheists in the comment section are probably going to call that Gishgalp again. because they think that anytime you use philosophical words in a consistent way, that's apparently fallacious. But that's just because they're not well-versed enough in philosophical discourse to know what's being said. But that's okay. God bless you all. You all have a good night. It's not Gish Gallop. It's just basic logic.
Thank you very much.
No
Thank you for
games from
joining us.
David.
Have a good one.
Right.
Therefore, he lost because he didn't play the game.
That's right. Oh,
God bless. Okay, Thaddeus, what do you have coming up?
Well, yesterday I said that today I would have a members-only live stream. I postponed that because reasons. No, because I needed to work on my video about Epic City. So I'll have a members-only live stream sometime this week. Not sure exactly when, but working on a video about Epic City. I'm trying to get that out before Tuesday so I can use it when I'm talking to David Wood on Apologetics Roadshow on Tuesday evening for that subject.
Fantastic. Look forward to seeing that. I will be myself. We've got quite a bit coming up. I'll be joining Truth Defenders tomorrow for his channel. We'll be going through the 101 contradictions within the Bible. And we'll hopefully be able to make it through this time. We started it last time, but we weren't able to dive into it. So we might be able to hit it this time. And then after that, I will be back on Tuesday. I did have to move the Seek and Share Truth Conference live stream to next Monday because of availability of some of the individuals who definitely need to be there. So I had to move it. And then, so in that case, we will be doing Can a Prophet Be Gay on Wednesday. Hoping to have a special guest for that one because that should be a rather interesting one. So we're really looking at Islam, seeing if a prophet can be gay. This, again, is part of the Pride Month series that I'll probably be doing for the next couple of weeks. So thank you guys so much for joining us. Greatly appreciate. Thank you, members. Thank you, people in the Super Chat who have given me new pictures of Mohammed, new hat to wear, and much confetti upon my ground, which now I need to get a broom. Yes. But as always, Dias Volt.
If I were to bring reasonable evidence that the Prophet Muhammad, that he was a true prophet, would you be willing to become a Muslim?
How about no? I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your Allah. No, I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your no.
I don't like your Allah. 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 No. I like Tim Hortons way better. No. Chugging gallons of maple syrup. No. I like Tim Hortons way better. No. Chugging gallons of maple syrup. No.
How about no? I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your Allah. No, I don't buy your Allah. I don't buy your no.